What's happening? And welcome to the 20th episode of the Slapstream with Djordje. I'm Djordje Stijepovic, your friendly neighborhood bullfiddle cat, and I can't thank you enough, and I can't tell you how much I enjoy and looking forward to all of these slap streams every Saturday, especially considering there's no gigs, there are no music events, festivals, tours. I really miss touring. But we have Slapstream, and I think that we together built like pretty nice, at least bass players community, slap bass players community. But it's growing, and with that said, I would like to thank our new patrons, which is Ellie Rude, Paul Moomaw, Scott Owen, Kurt Ribak, Dave Tugboat, Bob Cullen, and Richard Tralles. If you'd like to support Slapstream, please check out the links below. There's a Patreon, that's the main one, and there's Venmo and PayPal donation links. Those are really helping me out, like to put out all this content and hopefully more content. I have like a few other ideas as well, and I think I can introduce my guest. I know, obviously, I know Brent for a long time since we're in a same circle of friends. We even played in one band, not together at the same time, but we played with the same people. And so let me introduce him and let him.
Hi,
Hey,
everybody.
Brent,
What's happening?
welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. We have like quite a few people here. Carolyn said, "Yay! It's Slapping Saturday." Mad
Slapping
Twins saying
Saturday.
hi, Georgia. Hi, Brent. Mad Twins Ukraine is here.
Yeah.
Um,
Hello,
Kenny
ladies.
Wong, glad I had time to make one. Saleh said hi, Georgia. Betty, hello from Redondo Beach. Mad Twins, Saleh, thank you all for joining us every Saturday. Thanks a lot. This means a lot to me. So, how are you? What have you been doing during this end of the world thing?
Ugh. I'm fine. Thank you. And thank you, before I start rambling, thank you for doing this for all of us as bass players. It's been since you asked me to be a part of this, I kind of went through and skimmed and watched a bunch of the past episodes, and I've learned so much. And it's been a fantastic. You're doing a wonderful service for all of us. So thank you.
Ah, thanks a lot. It means a lot when it comes from you.
Oh,
And I think that, in the past, like nobody really paid attention too much to slap a bass. And I I want all of us to change that. So this is the way to present all the different talents, and there are like quite a few different people and different approaches to the
yeah,
instrument and to the style. So I think it's a style that should not be stuck to into one genre, like rockabilly or psychobilly. It should be applied to anything.
for sure.
Yes, we talked last night. You know how Martin brought like something cool from the one of the previous episodes.
Oh, that
Uh,
dude is insane. I'd never
Insane,
seen
yeah.
anyone try to, approach the instrument that way. It was amazing.
Super talented. So
Yeah.
if you guys haven't seen Martin, or if you haven't seen any of these 19 episodes, make sure to watch them. Um, all right, let me pull out my questions
Oh
and all of
no.
that. Do you remember when did you start playing music and playing bass?
Okay. When did I start playing music? Early, as a youngster. I had a little guitar that I would, try to write songs on and things like that. I was fortunate to get into the school band in junior high school, which would, what are you, like 12 or 13 or something in California? They still had band at that point, and played saxophone throughout junior high and high school. And I definitely credit that whole experience to why I finished school. I wasn't really fond of the whole school thing, but having band to look forward to and playing music to look forward to kept me going. and paying attention, because you had to keep a certain grade point average or you couldn't be in the band or participate in activities and things like that. So it was great. Um, After about in senior in high school, I decided that rock and roll, being in a rock and roll band is what I wanted to do. So I started to play bass because I knew I always was attracted to what the bass role was within the context of all the music that I liked. I grew up listening to, my father was a very passionate record collector of all things 50s rock and roll. So his main passions were doo-wop, all the great stuff coming out of New Orleans, the of course the Memphis stuff and Chicago stuff, all that. And he had a pool hall for a while, and when that business ended, he brought the jukebox home and filled it with these fantastic, amazing 50s records, and I could play them over and over and over, B6 over and over and over and over again, and hear those fantastic sounds. And if you've never heard those records through a jukebox, there's something about the way the bass is reproduced. It's just such a magical sound. And hearing a lot of slap bass players, definitely, it seems like after skimming these interviews, it seems the holy trinity would be Willie Dixon with Chuck Berry, Bill Black, of course, with Elvis, and the combination Marshall Lytle, Al Rex with the Comets. And because I definitely agree with you, Djordje, that Al Rex was just as badass as Marshall. And definitely those sounds, that slap bass sound from those records was incredibly influential. But then I also loved just the pizzicato playing and the the tonality of records like Why Do Fools Fall in Love or Pretty Little Angel Eyes, or just really well recorded upright bass, prominent in the mix, was always something that I just loved. I couldn't get enough of it. So I played electric bass because I was kind of, as a teenager, got into all the music that my parents didn't like, as you're supposed to do, and was kind of into all things rock, from middle of the road classic rock to all sorts of crazy metal and punk and glam and all of that. And after starting playing electric bass, I had a long hair rock and roll band that played up and down the Sunset Strip with a bunch of my dear friends that I met in the school band. And it was fantastic. We were learning how to play together. We were learning how to write songs, present things, present music to people, and everything that's associated with being in a band. It was a great learning experience. After playing in a couple other bands after that, I decided it's time. I need an upright bass. It's going to be my destiny. And through a crazy circle of events and kooky stories, I finally found one. And I don't know if anyone else is interested, but I wanted to share with you this kooky story of when I first got my first upright bass. It was I had looked and looked and looked. It wasn't like today where you could go to a music store and find one pretty easily. They weren't in music stores. You couldn't. There was I didn't know of any way of searching out orchestral instruments for sale other than looking in the recycler that we have in Los Angeles for used things and whatever. I finally found a number that said upright basses for sale, and a phone number. And I'm like, okay, great. I'm going to save money. And so I cut it out and I put it on the refrigerator, which you do with all things that are important. You put on the refrigerator, and tried to save money. And being a young adult living on my own, or living with my girlfriend at the time, I never was able to save any money. But after getting kind of fired from a corporate job, I received a severance package, and instead of being responsible and paying off bills or credit card or getting a new used car or something like that, I decided to buy an upright bass. So I called the number and went over to this guy's house. It was somewhere deep in North Hollywood. And I knock on the door, and this, what? I'm like, I'm here, Brent Harding. I'm here to see what kind of basses you have, blah, 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 blah. And I hear all these locks and chains, and locks, everything opening. And I enter the room, and there's this kind, gentle looking man. Come on in, and, this, here we go. And in the room, there's no furniture. There's just a upright piano overflowing with sheet music and old coffee cups and half-eaten sandwiches and things of that nature, and and lining the walls, all these upright basses. That it was like heaven. It was nothing I had ever seen before. It was beautiful. And he's like, well, what do you see anything you like? And I kind of beelined for something that caught my eye. It was just this. I didn't know anything about basses at all. It was just something about the color of it or something. I don't know. And I picked it up and boom, boom. And he's like, oh, you have really good taste. I'm like, oh, this is a good one. He's yeah. Well, how much is this? He's like, I'd let that go for like 15,000. Oh, really? I guess the locks are making a lot more sense now. And then I kind of started to go this way, and he's like, they're kind of in order for monetary value. So if that's too expensive, don't go that way. And that was the bulk of them were above 15,000, which of course I didn't have. So I went all the way to the end of the other way, and it was a great bass. And he said, yeah, I'd sell that one for 5,000. That wasn't going to work either. And he said, why do you want an upright bass? I want to, play country music or rockabilly, hillbilly music, or music that I heard as a kid at Disneyland in New Orleans Square. And he's like, really? Hold on a second. And he leaves the room and comes back with this bass, which is right there. And he said, I've had this bass for 20 years or something. I keep it around. It's just a plywood bass. I have no idea how old it is or anything really about it. But I used it in New Orleans Square at Disneyland as my outside, don't care about the weather hurting it or anything. This is the bass I used for years playing out there. And I guess my pathetic plea for help, he took pity on me and sold it for every cent. He took every cent I had, which was $1,500 at the time. And it was kind of the craziest, most non-responsible decision, but eventually the greatest decision I ever made, because it's affected my whole career and my whole life and all my friendships and everything since then. It was one of those pivotal, had I said nah, who knows where I'd be right now.
That's so cool. All of us have like special stories about like our first base, and I'm glad you still have it. And
Yeah.
yours is a pretty cool one.
Yeah.
I like this story.
Oh.
And how old were you when you started Upright?
I was in my 20s. So I was 23, 22, 23, something like that.
And so it was guitar first, and then bass guitar, and then
Yeah.
Upright.
Yeah.
But you were always into rockabilly and 50s rock and roll.
Yeah, I was that weird guy who made mixtapes for friends, and it would be, David Bowie, Kiss, Buddy Holly, Aerosmith, uh, Milton Brown, whatever. I was just kind of a weird,
That's so cool.
weird guy.
And quite a few people are impressed with your story. Lisa said,
Yeah.
wow, great story. Ned Vince, Very unusual story about wall of bases.
Yeah, that guy.
And
I wish I could remember his name. I have the receipt somewhere, but he was actually a fairly renowned. It's lost in my memory his name, but he wrote for Bass Player magazine, and he was a
oh,
touring jazz performer, and was kind of selling instruments to high end orchestral people, obviously, for that price range of instruments.
do you still have that advertising from the paper?
No, that I wish I did. I
You
didn't
removed it
save
from the
that.
fridge?
Yeah, from well, I mean, even today, if something is important, you put it on the fridge. You know what I mean?
And I know you play a couple other instruments as well. What else do you play besides upright bass and electric bass?
Well, I play a lot of guitar and I play drums and whatever else. You know, I there the it was, when I was playing with Deak, it was kind of a coincidence that in high school or school band we both played saxophone. So there was a
Oh,
time during the Echophonics era where we would both play saxophone. It was pretty cool.
so wait, you played with Deak like in a saxophone duo?
Well, I was actually a trio because in later versions of the Echophonics, we had the greatest living rock and roll saxophone, Ron Jubila, who you probably know,
Yes.
in the band playing saxophone and guitar. And for a couple songs, he would play tenor, Deke would play Barry, and I'd play alto, and we would do the rockin' gypsy thing. I think it was, if I remember correctly, all of us playing saxophone. It was pretty great.
That's cool. So, and when was that?
Well, the whole echophonic story, it was near the end, so that would have been in the early 2000s when Ron was in the band,
Oh, okay.
if I remember correctly. 2001, 2002, something like that.
Okay, so I think I started playing with Deak in 2005 or something. So
Okay,
few years after that.
all right.
And I'll forever be thankful like to Deak. You know, he introduced me to so many cool people. Thanks to him, like I played with so many great artists from the 50s, and just playing with him led to lots of other gigs that I have even now. You know,
Yeah,
it really helped me out.
yeah.
And but what was your first band?
Well, we were kind of a pop rock long hair band. Uh,
That's the high
of
school band.
the high school, yeah, right out of high school when we were playing up and down all the clubs in Los Angeles. But then after all of that, I different bands. After the story with the upright, I finally had the upright, and I had got another record store gig because it was the only thing I knew how to do, and I had the upright for maybe 3 months or something, and every night I was trying to figure out how to play it, and it was set up horribly with low action steel strings. I didn't know anything. I was just trying to sound like Bill Black. And one day at the record store, this guy comes in and we're talking about rockabilly and Eddie Cochran and Elvis records and stuff, and he's like, "Yeah, I've been trying to put together a rockabilly band for a long time. I never can find a bass player." I said, "I'm a bass player." He's like, "Yeah, but do you have an upright bass?" I'm like, "Yes." He's like, "You're in." And so I owe everything to this wonderful gentleman, Steve Werner, who's still out there playing. And we had a rockabilly band, little trio, playing around Los Angeles. And through playing with him, I was able to meet everybody else in that scene at the time. And not to put down what's happening today, but ladies and gentlemen, the 90s, 50s were the best. To quote Jimmy Angel, you know, uh, that early, that late mid 90s, late 90s era where I was so fortunate to go out every weekend and I could see Russell Scott with his band, the Red Hots. I could see Wally Hersom with the Fly Right Boys. I could see Jeff West with the Sun Demons. Um, Lucky Martin with the Dave and Deak combo. All these fantastic, and so many others, fantastic players that through playing with Steve, I was able to become friends with and everything. And finally, at one gig, I met this guy, Sage Guyton, tall, lanky fella who asked me if I liked country music and would I be interested in forming a country band. And through it seemed like forever and impossible to do, but it wasn't that much longer from that meeting that we ended up playing as the Lucky Stars, and we had this kind of late 40s, early 50s honky tonk band that I just adored. And playing with that band is how everything happened for me, really. And through recording our first record, Dave and Deak actually were recording us as producers with Wally Engineering. It was the whole community, like, oh, this band's cool. They're doing something different, but it's the same. You know what I mean? Like, it's all pulled together and like help these guys get something done. And it was just a fantastic, glorious time of learning, figuring out, having these other bass players help me not only with technique and musicality, note choices, things of that nature, but helping me with equipment, you know, turning me on to different ideas of pickups, strings, what amplifiers actually work with our instrument, all that kind of, which before then I was just flying blind. I didn't know what I was doing.
Now it's much easier. You just go on YouTube and
Yeah.
go to any of these slap streams, and
Yeah.
everybody gives away all this knowledge.
Mm-hmm. It was,
From
yeah,
the
it was,
pickups and strings. It was a little different back then, and those were early '90s, right?
that was kind of mid to late 90s. I think when did the Lucky Stars form? It was, yeah, 90, well, no, that'd be like 94, 95, somewhere in there. Because I remember I didn't know Sage very long, and he was actually a photographer. He came to my wedding and took some amazing photos of us. And so, yeah, that was 94. So, yeah,
And
Lucky Stars, 94, 95, 96 is when we were really playing everywhere all the time.
and Dave and Deak kind of started a couple years before that. I guess that whole traditional rockabilly '90s. I mean, scene in the '90s were very traditionally oriented in Los Angeles and
It
California in
kind of
general.
was. I mean, there was definitely other scenes happening. There was people doing more aggressive versions of rockabilly, psychobilly, things of that nature. But there was definitely a pocket of traditionalists like us doing things that were a little bit more old school. But
And you mentioned some bass players. Like from that era. So, but from people outside of Los Angeles in that period, is there anybody else that you can point out as your
yeah,
peer
we
or
would see.
influence?
I mean, some bands would tour and come through Los Angeles at that time. Um, of course, seeing High Noon, the mighty Kevin Smith early on was, and I forget the guy's name, but he played with Junior Brown early.
Was he a slapper?
No, but just had such command of the instrument, and it was during the Lucky Stars era. We're playing country music, and so just his minimal, powerful driving pizzicato playing and great lines supporting that kind of music was really. I feel bad. I can't remember that guy's name. I never got to talk to him or meet him or anything, but I used to see him every time they came to Los Angeles.
I'm glad you mentioned Kevin. I interviewed Kevin for the first episode of the
Yeah, I
Slap
watched
Stream.
it. I watched it.
Yeah,
It was
it was.
crazy that video or the first tune he played when he played along with the record.
Yeah, Los
One of
Caudillos.
the one of the first times we went, when I was eventually in Deak's band and we started touring, one of the first times we went to Austin, Kevin came out and he's like, "Hey, tomorrow if you guys are in town, I'm playing at this Mexican restaurant with this band and come down." And so I went down and was eating my taco and just like, this is amazing. And it was a whole other, he turned me on to different artists I should listen to, and gave me a couple of tips for records I should play. And yeah, he's always been incredibly kind to me.
He's amazing. I love Kevin, and especially that conjunto stuff. Unfortunately,
Oh, he
those
does it so
recordings were
well.
never released.
Yeah,
Yeah.
why? Release it, Kevin. We all want it.
Yes. But it's great. I love that him and Mark Rubin kind of brought back conjunto and slap bass in
Oh,
conjunto.
the rhythms that Mark was showing on his episode were so awesome. They were so great. I mean, I've heard his records, but I never got to see them.
Uh-huh.
And watching him play, dude's a monster. It's
He's great.
fantastic.
Like I have like lots of history with Mark. We met in Belgrade, actually, in Serbia. I don't know, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and we geeked out quite a few times on slap bass, and most of the records that he played on, I got on the black market in Belgrade,
Really?
uh, which I thought, yes, that's how
Did
I
you
was able
have
to get most of the music that way.
Bone records in Serbia? For like
Which ones?
maybe they were, how else do I just, they weren't records. They were uh uh it probably had changed before your time, but we were in Latvia with the Echophonics, and what was that guy's name? He's since passed away, but he had a band there in Latvia. Do you remember him?
Oh yeah, I know. His wife played upright bass.
Yeah, she was really
Yes.
good. But he was telling us that when he would first hear rock and roll records, that they would it was used X-rays from like dentists or doctors or whatever, like the old like flimsy records that used to get in magazines when I was a kid. They would come in and they were just real flimsy and they sounded terrible, but they would imprint rock and roll records on these X-rays and things and trade them black market style. Like you would, and they didn't have names
I
on it.
saw that,
He would
but I
save
don't
up
think it
money and
was.
buy it, and he's like, you
Yeah.
didn't know what you were getting till you took it home. It's like, Ray Charles, yeah, who knew what you were getting at the time. It's pretty cool.
That's cool. Medwin said like Bone Records X-ray is a Soviet thing,
Oh, okay, that makes sense
and
then.
very rare now. I
Yeah,
believe I seen some. I never had one, and it's definitely before my time. I'm not
yeah.
even sure it was present in Serbia or Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia at the time was pretty open, like for both West and East. So we got like rock and roll pretty early on. So it was nothing. I mean, my mom was into it, my dad was into it, so
Oh, okay.
it was not forbidden thing like other communist countries.
Yeah, the
And
stories he shared of that Latvia at the time was gnarly, I guess.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
Mad Twin said, Brad, you are very educated. We never saw them in real life, only read about them,
Hmm.
about the
I
records.
never knew about them until he. Why can't I remember that guy's name? Uh, until he shared that story with us.
You see, you inspired Betty to buy some.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Let us know when you get them. Um, do you remember like when you got your first bass? What was the first
What was
thing
I
you learned?
trying to learn?
Yeah.
Um, Elvis records, Buddy Holly songs, and just anything that I could try to play. The guy I mentioned, the guitar player I ended up playing with, he had a bunch of original songs, so I was trying to figure out how to approach bass playing in that sense. And yeah, that whole, that first grouping of songs that you learn, it was kind of a wide bunch of rockabilly standards.
What was the name of that band?
The Sleepwalkers, very
Oh,
original.
that's a
Very
sleep.
original.
I heard
Yeah.
about that name, but I was not sure if that was it. And have you mentioned what was the name of your first? long haired, rock
No, and
band?
I'm not going to.
You're not going to?
Because I'm sure somewhere some of my ex bandmates have embarrassing photos that I don't want to see. So I definitely don't want everyone else to see them either. It was we were very very good at what we were doing, but what we were doing wasn't necessarily that
Okay.
good.
Well, you did lots of amazing things after that, and I would
Yeah,
love
so
to.
so from that point to get to Deak, which uh, I probably I don't even know where I'd be if that whole situation didn't work out. But through working with the Lucky Stars, when the Dave and Deak combo broke up and Deak was ready to start a more rock and roll kind of Jerry Lee Lewis inspired kind of rock and roll band, um, he said, "I know you're in the Lucky Stars and you've got this other stuff going on, but would you be willing to do some shows around town with this new band of mine?" And so we kind of learned a whole bunch of songs, and he put together a couple, Brian on drums and Johnny on guitar, and we had this little rock and roll combo. And eventually, surprisingly, playing around town all the time, and then surprisingly, we're able to record for High Tone Records. And then it was 5 years of constant touring in Deak style, as you can can attest what that's all about. And
I do remember that.
yeah, there was those early years were they were pretty tough. They were pretty brutal. We had the $5 a week per diem where you would they would make fun of me because I would take my $5 and I would buy a loaf of bread and some peanut butter, and I was just peanut butter sandwiches and waiting for the bar food that night. It was miserable.
Well, I'm glad I came a little bit later
A
than
little
that.
bit later, like the most fun story though was did you I mean, being in the van, obviously you constantly share past
Everything.
road stories and all that stuff. But did Deek share the Brian Neville food stories?
Oh yeah, 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 he did.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if this
genius.
is for public, but yeah,
Yeah,
but
no,
he
I mean
did.
they're not embarrassing or horrible
Yeah, yeah,
or
yeah.
you know,
I remember
but
this
we
one.
were so broke, and I would just have the peanut butter sandwich. That was breakfast, lunch, and dinner peanut butter sandwich. But Brian liked cereal, which you know, for breakfast, you have cereal. So he would take his $5 a week and he would buy a box of Cheerios or something healthy-ish. They didn't have, you couldn't buy organic granola in the stores like you can now, which he probably eats today. I'll have to ask him. But he would buy these, Cheerios or whatever. And then every day that we'd go to a truck stop, we were all stealing creamers because I had a little French press coffee maker and I'd buy bags of cheap coffee and I wouldn't have to buy coffee then. I could go into the truck stop and just use the hot water and get, you know, was a lot cheaper than buying cup of coffee after cup of coffee. But we would all steal these creamers, and Byron had this bag full of creamers, and he would pour his bowl of Cheerios and kind of reach into his bag of creamers and be like, "Oh, half and half, huh? Uh, what is this? French vanilla, huh? Hazelnut." Every day it was this combination. Like, oh, pretty good today. Oh, horrible. Poor guy. Poor guy.
Well, happens to
Yeah.
be done.
But through working with Deak, and somehow the reason why is lost to me, but somehow we ended up opening the Mike Ness Cheating at Solitaire uh, United States tour, the first leg of this tour for Mike. And we were the opening band for the whole tour. And through kind of a weird, crazy series of events, I've been asked so many times, like, how did you end up playing with Mike? And how did you meet Mike? And all that. And essentially, it was through playing with Deak. But the majority of, well, be joining Mike's band and everything was just pure, utter dumb luck on my part. It was just being at the right place at the right time, or it never would have happened. At the time, his bass player was Los Angeles roots legend Johnny Ray Bartell, who played electric bass in the Red Devils, who I used to go see at the King King all the time. And if you don't have live at the Red Devils, live at the King King, go buy it. It's just it's great. And then he played slap bass with the Knitters, which was John and Exene from X, and Dave Alvin from the Blasters. Just a fantastic. I think they've made 2 records now, but one was much later. But anyway, he was a legend, and he was being really cool and really nice to me, and we were kind of palling up, and we were talking about skateboarding, and we were in Seattle, and he's like, Brent, tomorrow you got to come with me. There's a great skate park in Portland. You got to come. And I'm like, dude, I didn't bring a board with me this tour. I just didn't bring one. He's like, oh, okay, I'll see you tomorrow. And we show up to the venue later that day, and Deak goes in to make sure that we're in the right place and gonna time to load in, whatever, and comes back out. And it's like, it's really weird in there. It's all dark. There's nobody around. It's like, I don't know. Let's just get our stuff ready and go in and figure out what's going on. So we're getting stuff out of the van or whatever, and the tour manager comes out and he's like, hey, you're the bass player. I'm like, yeah. It's like, Mike wants to talk to you. I have said like 3 words to the man up to that point, like, hey man, good set, or thanks for having us, or something like that. And I follow him in, and we go into the dressing room, and all the band and the crew are sitting around, and it's quiet, and there's kind of this ominous, weird vibe in there. And Mike says, do you know how to play electric bass? I'm like, yeah. He's like, have you been watching the set? Have you listened to the songs? I'm like, yeah. I mean, I know you guys are a new band, hadn't played much before this tour, and you guys are sounding awesome. I'm really enjoying it. Thanks again for having us on the tour, blah, blah. He's like, well, Johnny went skateboarding today, and he's at the hospital, and they think he broke his arm. Yeah, do you think you could learn the songs and play the show tonight? I'm like, of course. Yes, definitely. And through the help of the guitar players, Chris and Sean, I made little cheat sheets and had a couple hours to just try to figure out how to do it, and went on, and that was my first experience playing with Mike and his band. And I think it was after the show, I felt like I did pretty good, like in beginner's luck, and they said, yeah, John, the x-rays came back and the arm is definitely broken. He's not going to be able to play for a while. So can you just play until he comes back? I'm like, of course, sure. And eventually it was like, just consider yourself doing the whole tour. And that led to the next tour, and being asked to be on his Under the Influences record. And yeah, it was just because I just happened to be the guy playing upright bass in the opening band. Pure luck.
That's such a cool story.
Yeah.
I would love to hear you play something.
All right.
See that first bass.
Yeah.
What do you want to play?
I don't know. Hold on.
All right, while Brent is getting ready, I would like to remind you that we have here some super stickers and super chat right under the live chat. So please check that out. and check out all the other ways that you can support the channel and the slap stream if you like it, and it seems you do. So please check that out. It seems that Brent is ready. So
Can you hear me? I'll be back. And can you hear? Oh, all you see is my crotch. No, that's not good. Is that better? Hi. All right. Well, there's different philosophies, obviously, in playing bass, and I've always approached it as I've never been a fond of soloing. I've always been jealous and um, appreciate people that like yourself, Djordje, who work out fantastic solo pieces, and so, definitely some of the other guys you've had on your past episodes. These little showcases, I guess, for their techniques have been so great to watch. And I've just always kind of played the song, you know. But yeah, we'll just try this like kind of Latin-y kind of groove or whatever. See what I can do here. Something like that.
I
Woohoo!
love the Latin feel. Uh, Kenny Long says very slick back triplets. I heard in there.
Oh, right on.
Matt Vince
Yay!
and Brent
Yeah.
Harding the bass a lot like Djordje does.
Huh?
Uh, Matt Vince again.
Yeah, it was funny. The what I know in past episodes that I've watched, you are um, trying to determine everyone's idea of nomenclature or what we call everything or whatever, and or that's just always been the Kevin slap, you know, like yeah. And I curse and completely loved the day that I figured out how to do it because it was like, yes, I can do it. And then I just did it all the time. Like every possible turnaround, it was Kevin slap all day long, constantly. But yeah, the Kevin
It's
slap.
amazing how many people he influenced with that particular pattern.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it was I didn't learn from his record or from him personally. I was taught by I forget. I think it might have been Jimmy Sutton who mentioned him, but Billy Horton when he was playing
Mm.
with the Hot Club. If you haven't heard those early records with Billy playing slap bass on the Hot Club, he was amazing. Like just a fantastic bass player, and he taught me kind of the basic mechanics of how to do it. And yeah, when I finally figured it out, I was like, oh no, now I'm in trouble. Every day after shows, Deak would say, "Oh, you did that lick a lot."
It's like one of those things like when you learn triplets to do and then you want to play them all the time.
All the time. Yeah.
And then even when I hear like some of my recordings, when I was a kid, I'm like, "Wow, this doesn't make sense. I mean, I played it correctly and all that, but it's not a part of the arrangement. There's no need for that in a song."
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's just like, why did I do this?
Yeah. And it is being able to hear yourself and realize like, oh, yeah, it's fun and it sounds cool and it generally gets a reaction from people that like, wow, that sounds crazy, but it might not necessarily be the best thing for the song.
I absolutely agree. And but a producer is there like for like to say like, hey, this is too much, or it's or do it here, don't do it there. That when you're a kid, you usually don't work with many producers. You just
Mm-mm. No,
do whatever.
and majority of our early records, the Lucky Star record, the Deak records, there was a producer of sort, but it never got into determining what I did. It was just like, no, that wasn't good. Do it again. You know, recording live as we were doing all those records. It was essentially non-production.
I'm glad you mentioned Billy Horton, and I think that he's only on the first or maybe first two
I think it's
records
the
from
first two.
Top Level
Yeah.
Cowtown. But a song where he does that Kevin slap, as you call it, uh, that I really always liked is the Mission to Moscow, and I always thought that was one of the better of the the recordings that he did.
Yeah, when he was in the band, those early Hot Club records are on high tone, the same as the Deak
Oh,
records.
same.
So we were
Was Big Sandy on it as well?
Big Sandy was on it, and Kim Lenz, the early Kim Lenz records were on high tone. But we would all end up being on, at a lot of the same shows. We would play together a lot, and so I got to see Billy with the Hot Club quite a few times, and it was always educational for sure. And he
Yeah,
was
I
like
like that guy.
10 years old or something, and he was like, oh, this little kid is just killing, doing so good. And then later, his brother was in the Echophonics for a long time. He was a strong, good.
Bobby?
Bobby was in the Echophonics, yeah, for a long time.
Oh, cool.
He's on the third Echophonics record that I was on.
As far as Deke's records, I know them. Usually what he used to send me like learn these songs, and then so I don't, I never knew which song is on
We're
which
on,
album.
yeah. What's
So I was
crazy is
not
it
learning
was
their music that way.
it was Deke's hand picking of the material for that early first incarnation of the Echophonics, and when we did that first record, and some of those songs ended up on the second record, but that first batch of songs that we were playing around Los Angeles, and before we made our record, he's still playing. He picked just fantastic bitchin' songs that were. When you play a Deak gig, you still do Mexicali Rose. You still do all of those hits. You still do Poontang. You still do all those great songs.
He's excellent songwriter, and he's excellent song chooser.
For sure, for sure.
I love his repertoire and always enjoy. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen that often. Last I don't know 5 or 10 years, but yeah, I loved touring with him, and I'll forever be thankful, as I said, like for the world that he opened up for me. Um,
Yeah.
and Skabina from Slovenia says like my favorite Slapstream so far is this one.
Yes.
See?
Yeah. All right.
Um,
So, following in that whole idea of nomenclature and things of that nature, there were. Oh, I should demonstrate that. There was the other. I don't know. Do you have a name for what I always called the Wally slap? Which he would,
wow, you have like all these.
he would go.
Like when you combine like
Or
non-slap and slap.
just playing alternating things without an after slap in between.
Oh, okay.
Does
I
that make
have a name
sense?
for that.
But Wally was the
Combining
only guy
pizzicato
that I
slap?
ever heard do it. He would. king of that.
I
No?
always considered that kind of like those guys that in the 40s when they stopped playing slap in jazz,
Right.
they kind of had that slap hand, but they were like kind of producing mostly pizzicato sound and not actually letting the string slap the fingerboard.
Right.
The
Right.
guys like after pretty much after Jimmy Blanton joined Duke Ellington,
Yeah,
and
you've in other episodes you've mentioned that whole like why did slap style disappear in jazz? And I want to postulate a theory to you and to all the other bass
all right,
players is
I
like
want to hear it.
do you think it possibly has anything to do with um, equipment that in those early days most of those guys that we listened to on those old records were playing gut strings and weren't I mean certain of those players that were virtuosic or whatever that word is. Sorry, you know, we're featured with the mic real close to the bass or whatever. But a lot of that slapping, uh, you know, they were just trying to be heard from you know, in the back of the band. And as equipment got better, steel strings came around. Bands were able to be quieter, uh, different. The jazz the orchestras were kind of a lot replaced by small combos, which became more popular, things of that nature. Playing steel string and slapping, you've been able to figure out a way to make it sound musical and cool. And we definitely all the steel string slappers that I know and appreciate and like have definitely had such benefit from having an amplifier to that it's not this clackety clackety that you sometimes get with just steel strings slapping. And I just wonder if you know that style kind of fell out of favor as the mechanics and the way the instrument is recorded changed. And does that make sense? What I'm saying is it kind of a
Well, it does make
logical?
sense. Logically, it does make sense. Historically, as far as I'm concerned, it does not.
Okay,
And because the first steel strings on upright bass were invented in the 50s,
right.
and I'm not sure exactly when, but I think late 50s. And that particular style from slap, especially in jazz, that changed like to pizzicato and more virtuosic, was in basically almost in the 1939 was the year that I always considered like end of
They
classic
cut date.
jazz and beginning. So I don't have a date, but if I had to put a date, it would be the date that Jimmy Blanton joined Duke Ellington.
Hmm.
Because that same year, Milt Hinton, one of the best slap bass players ever, like
Yeah, for sure.
recorded one of the hardest and uh, best slap songs on the upright bass, which is "Plucking the Bass"
Yeah.
with
Amen.
Cab Calloway Band,
Yeah.
and that's kind of like the nobody was able to reach that level. I mean, even now, like you can hardly hear like anyone playing that song. It's slapped through the whole thing, for 3 or 4 minutes, um, and he plays the melody, he plays the solo, he's backing up other instruments. It's a big band. It's amazing. Um, but then Jimmy Blanton joined Duke Ellington, and almost everyone in jazz world stopped playing slap. It was just not a cool thing. And then I talked like to several historians, and that's kind of the same opinion that I have, that it got associated with old style jazz and kind of like, you know, grandparents' music. And then later on got associated, which was called Dixieland,
Sure.
um, which is now not I mean, which is not the correct term that should be used for that style of music. And um, so lots of especially black players like refused to play that style because it was because all the racial issues and all of that. So they kind of
Yeah, I mean,
associate
I
that with
agree with you that all
uh,
that is definitely in there, but there's got to be more of a a sonic thing that was deterring band leaders from supporting bass players doing it, because bass players probably still wanted to do it.
I'm not sure. I don't
Yeah, I
think
don't
they
know.
want
I
it,
don't know.
because they, when you listen
I
to
mean, I
Dave
always
Grohl
wonder
talk
if
about
like
it.
the super crazy fast walking bop kind of stuff would have got to the speeds. You're saying steel strings came when?
I think late 50s.
Late 50s?
I think late 50s. If
I
not
don't.
late, then definitely 50s.
Yeah, I just always wondered if that super walking fast style would have developed without steel strings, because
Oh,
playing
definitely,
gut
because
strings
they were
with that
doing
is so hard.
like walking, bebop lines in the 40s.
Sure.
All the
Yeah.
stuff like with Charlie Parker or Deezy. Those were all done on guts pretty much.
Hmm.
So so
Yeah, I don't know. I
I
would
don't
just
think that
wonder
it
if
should
the
be
recording
safe.
techniques or whatever, like, it just wasn't. I don't know. There's got to be some other kind of explanation. Maybe someone out someday maybe we'll figure it out.
Yeah. I mean, again, like this is my opinion. This is result of my research, and
Right.
then it might be wrong.
Right.
I'm not consider myself uh like what I say that's correct,
No,
but
no, I
this
feel
is
you.
the
But
result like from my years of my interest in that
sure, sure.
region and style and everything. Because
But
there were like a few guys later on, like they played slap in jazz, and I always thought it sounded amazing, and but a different approach. We have Roland Guerin from New Orleans, who's a excellent kind of like Milt Hinton style jazz player, but he developed his own style. He played with Marsalis family. Then when he did that, he was doing more traditional, but he has his own records where he's a leader and he has like his approach, which is great. Then Brian Bromberg, who is like more, even more modern jazz guy. He has his own thing, and quite a few other guys. James Singleton from New Orleans, and it's interesting. And then
hmm,
like most of these guys like play steel strings in
right.
jazz, like but these guys that I mentioned from
Yeah.
nowadays.
Well, I did think, like, after watching, all of the episodes and hearing, talking about different styles and everything, if I had any kind of um, philosophy or approach, that sometimes I feel like I might be alone in that concept. Um, it would be approaching the slap elements as, um, I guess I've always thought of slap and that style, and with pizzicato, as kind of like playing a drum kit, to where it's just different colors within playing the song, and going back and forth between them was really cool to me. And it was early on in my performing days on the upright, probably with the Lucky Stars at the Doll Hut on a Monday, when some drunk dude was like, "You go back and forth. Why don't you just slap all the time?" And I was kind of butthurt, kind of insulted. But I started thinking about it. I was like, yeah, because the slap, uh, the color that we can get is like, the it punches out like a crash cymbal or a ride cymbal or something, where during the verse you go down to the hi-hat and you play more pizzicato, and you use these different colors as you would in the different instruments of a drum kit. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, and I absolutely agree with that. I love rockabilly and how much you brought slap into. Uh, if you want to decide to play rockabilly, you have to play slap.
Yeah,
But
for
I
sure.
also really do not like it that you kind of have to play slap
All
all
the
the
time.
time.
Yeah. Yeah, I
It's
was,
kind of for me,
there's something about, even like,
felt like I'm limiting myself.
yeah, you break into like No Good Woman. Did you used to play that with Deak?
Um, I don't think so.
Just a super fast rockabilly song, and I used to kind of feel kind of lame that I didn't want to play it all the way through. Like it was like, okay, it starts off big and loud, and then you get to that second verse, and it just seems like, oh yeah, you would if you were a drummer, you would come down to the hi hat, you break the bass down and play in a different register so it has a different tonality, and you're trying to use and mix up the tonal variations of the instrument that we have, to give it more interest.
Absolutely. I mean, the beauty of music is that there's no rules that you have to follow. You learn it, and you break them, and you try to find your own voice approach. And as far as bass goes, I mean, we're already limited enough that we cannot play. I mean, we can play chords, but we don't usually play them.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think like why should we limit ourselves to one particular technique?
Technique, yeah.
You
I
know,
mean
just
that
like
that is the variety that we have.
yes,
Is
exactly.
how we can attack the note. If is there an afterbeat after slap, or do we let that string come back? Do we just try to get the plucking sound with a slap kind of attack at the top of the note? Do we play straight pizzicato and have more of a deep resonant note? Do we let the slap loud? Do we try to keep that slap mellow? Uh, we have that. That's what we have to work with as far as variation. You know,
Don't forget the bow.
I know.
Don't forget the bow.
I, you know, to all the guys, all the people, ladies too, who have worked on it and mastered that. I just never went down that road.
You know, my goal was always like to kind of establish slap, uh, like one of the techniques. You know, I don't kind of I don't belong in any group of like oh you should be playing slap all the time or like you know since I was playing in symphony orchestras and with classical musicians, they say no, never slap, never Bartok pizzicato. It
Right.
ruins fingerboards. It's terrible.
Yeah.
No, it's not terrible. The only thing that is terrible is to limit yourself and then listen somebody else telling you don't do this because it's not uh, stylish or it's not
Right.
cool or this or that. You know, like it's not cool, make it cool. You know,
Yeah. Yeah. During
learn.
that weird period after the Mike Ness band, and then eventually when I left Deak's band, and I had all sorts of different projects going on before Social Distortion happened for me. I was dedicated and completely committed to playing the upright in any situation and figuring out a way to make that voice appropriate for whatever music I was doing, whether it was just straight ahead rock and roll, any kind of country-ish thing, or kind of punky, kind of weird art music, anything I could do. I would always try to um, insert the upright bass, and eventually, I think it was in this band that I still currently work with all the time. We kind of do more Cajun blues kind of stuff, and it just seemed, the electric bass isn't horrible. It took me a while to realize that I actually liked the instrument, and it was another color that I could um, experiment with, and thankfully I kept those chops up, and when I had the opportunity to work using them, I was able to do so. Yeah.
I like electric bass in some situations, and I have one here, one precision.
Yeah.
But that upright was always you know always my thing. We got a few new comments. Jennifer Strong, she said my favorite
Oh,
Slapstream too and first. So Jennifer,
yes.
make sure to watch all 19 episodes
Thank you, darling.
for this one. You can just if you can binge watch Netflix, binge watch Slapstream. And Saleh mentioned, I guess when we were talking about jazz, I've got one old record from Kid Ori, A La Bass tune was great. Oh, okay. Well, the Saleh, the song is called A La Ba.
Oh,
I wish it was called A La Bass, but it was
yeah.
A La Ba. Kind of like a traditional song, New Orleans type of style. Let me see if there's anything else that I should mention. No, I think we're good. Um, who would you say would be your biggest influence on your bass playing?
Oh, well, it seems that after watching several slap streams, that there has emerged the holy trinity of influence being Willie Dixon and Bill Black, and then the combo Marshall Lytle, Al Rex, the Comets bass approach and sound, and definitely all of that. I 100% back that was the the sound that I wanted to be able to figure out and how to do. And as I, it seemed like my earliest influences were that 50s and everything rock and roll 50s music. Like I said, doo wop, all the just the great pop rock and roll records of the 50s through rockabilly and all of that. But bass sounds on like Pretty Little Angel Eyes or Why Do Fools Fall in Love, all that stuff I just adored. Um, and so many, I wish someone like you, who seems to be way more of a historian than myself, had figured out all those bass players, because there's some amazing players that never get any credit whatsoever. But yeah,
Yeah,
that
unfortunately, not many
yeah,
many bass
yeah,
players do that. And you mentioned Al Rex. I would like to point
yeah.
out people to the website Art of Slap Bass, and you can go and check out. I wrote an article after Al Rex passed a few months ago. Not many people are aware that he was the guy behind lots of these um, great Bill Haley cuts. And I did lots of research. I even spoke to the guy over the phone.
Yeah, it's so amazing
Uh,
that you got to talk to him.
yes, it was not a long conversation, but
Hey,
I did talk to.
anything.
Yes, it was pretty cool. And he played with Bill Haley's Settlement, and then he joined Bill Haley's rock and roll band. He did all these crazy antiques
Yeah,
and all that.
did you ever ask him whether he had to adopt the Marshall technique, or did Marshall adopt Al's technique before Al left originally? Does that make sense as a question?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I did not ask him, but I do kind of have the answer. Um, Alrex played with Billy Haley before Marshall. I mean, I know that you know, but I'm informing our guests, our viewers. And then Alrex played after Marshall left. Listening to the cuts that Alrex recorded before Marshall and after, they two of them sound almost the same.
Yeah, it's
When I
amazing.
read Marshall's book and when I interviewed Marshall, um, his interview is also on the Art of Slap Bass. When I interviewed Marshall, he told me that Bill Haley was the one that was teaching both of them how to play. So that apparently both of them learned from Bill Haley how to play bass,
Hmm.
which,
So maybe we all owe that sound to Bill himself.
well, it's a little tricky. I do not believe that story. And then
Oh,
I found out from people that knew Marshall and that knew Alrex that that was not true. That Alrex was already playing, and then he was good, and then Bill Haley played bass as well, but Alrex was the real bass player. Um, and this is the Marshall Lytle's interview also on Ardosla bass. This is his bass. I took a photo of that bass when I went to Florida, uh, and when everybody went to amusement parks,
sure.
I went
Yeah,
to the Ardosla.
one of my big regrets is I did get to play with the Comets at um, the Denver Rockin' Billy weekend or whatever it was, and the Comets were there, and I got to play Marshall's bass. I have a photo somewhere of him handing me the bass, and I got to continue the song. But of course, I had I had him autograph the top of my bass,
Oh,
and
cool.
I never I never protected it. You know, I never put some kind of something over the top. And now through the years, I've had two people sign my bass, and it was Marshall and Bob Moore. And you kind of really have to get like a magnifying glass, and like the ink has just dissipated, and
Ah,
it's just gone. I should have, I don't know, put some sort of sealant or clear coat on it or something.
yeah. I don't know what people do that like when they ask when they have like autographs like that. But yeah, like so if anyone had to adapt, I would say that Marshall Lytle would probably have to adapt to
To Al's
Al
playing.
Rex's style. Because their playing was very similar. People that played with both of them say that Al Rex was better player, that his intonation was better. For me, both of them sound, I mean, really similar. Listening to those records, the recording technique and their setup was probably very similar as well. So I'm not sure if I would be able to distinguish who was on which record. I am now because I researched, but I don't, if you just play them, I'm not really sure.
Right.
Um,
Right.
I might like Alrex a little bit more because I give him lots of credits because he was before Marshall, and it seemed that he cared about bass. Marshall did too, but once the the comments stopped, he kind of stopped playing upright. He started Jody Mars and
Right.
played electric, and then haven't played upright for I don't know tens of years. So
Very. He was very, very kind to me, and I'm sure he was kind to you as well. He was.
he was
He
amazing.
was really appreciative of everyone who would celebrate him in any kind of way. He was really kind, very nice man. I
Yes,
wish I could have met Al and imparted how much his playing meant to so many of us, because it is a common link with pretty much every slap player that I meet. Somehow the comments come up as far as tone and voice leading, walking lines, and things like that. Like everyone
it's
seems to.
interesting. Yeah, it's interesting that lots of people mention that, and honestly, I think it's mostly because of the production value of those
Yeah, the bass
records,
just
the
sounds
way they were
amazing.
recorded.
Yeah.
There's something about it that was magical and sounds so amazing. And I love those records, but if you tell me to put like my favorite 10 slap bass players, those guys would
Hmm.
not be there,
Yeah.
uh, but I really appreciate what they did and how they sounded. Like as far as rock and roll bass players from the 50s, my favorite guy would be James Kirkland, the one that played with Ricky Nelson.
Sure.
Um, his technique and sometimes he was not that well recorded like Marshall and Al, but if you listen to it, stuff that he played was more advanced, was
Oh,
really
for sure.
really cool.
Yeah. Some great stuff. Those records are amazing when
Yes,
you know really focus and listen to what's recorded on there.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And have you ever met any other originator
Originator.
as far as slap goes or
Right.
bass goes?
Well, the first time the Echophonics went to Nashville, we did. We played. I think it was, where was that place? Doesn't matter. But it was like a kind of a dinner house, dinner, small thing where there were tables pushed right up to the stage. And right in front of me was a table with Rosalie Maphis and Bob Moore. And I was so nervous. Like, he's the guy. So many of my favorite records, it's him. And what an amazing, beautiful human he turned out to be. He was incredibly kind and answered every stupid question that I came up with, and you know, just took me to where he had his original bass at a luthier, and he's like, "You got to come and check it out," and he let me play the bass he played Crazy on. You know, it
Wow.
was, what a he was so just went above and beyond uh, for me. Bob. It's the best, you know.
He's so cool. Have you ever
Yeah.
heard him slap?
No, he didn't. He didn't slap when I was. Yeah,
He was excellent slapper.
I bet.
Excellent slapper. And if you're interested in his technique, uh, check out Tupper Saucy's Sedai to Shostakovich. And the song is called Scherzo for Slap Bass
Hmm.
or Slapped Bass.
All right.
Slaps a lot. And it's
Wow.
pretty cool. I really like it. Are you familiar with Tupper Saucy?
No. Mm-mm.
Interesting character.
Okay.
Check him out. I think that it, you would enjoy his story.
Yeah, there's.
Um,
It seems like I I was just a little late being able to talk to a lot of the bass players. You know, through, as you through working and being around Deak, you definitely are privileged to meet so many people that were involved in that era playing music, and but there weren't a lot of the bass players around, or we weren't able to find them.
it's interesting you mentioned that. That's another reason why I started Art of Slap Bass and why I started Slapstream, because I always like giving credits to the originators, and as you said, it's really cool. I mean, it's easy and say like, oh, my influences, are Willie Dixon, Milt Hinton, Joe Zinkin. Those guys are dead. They did not have get any recognition back in while they were alive. But there are
Yeah,
guys now that are alive that deserve all of that. So I want to give credits to all these people that are creating history now,
yeah.
and that are
So while I have the platform, Brent's requests for future slap streams uh, definitely would be. I forget what other bass player mentioned him. It was probably Ryan, but Marty Eggers from San Francisco
I know
is,
Marty.
um, and then Mike Fay from San Diego. And I know of both of those guys through working with Carl Sonny Leyland.
Uh-huh.
And anyone pretty much who Kyle or Carl is gonna hire is probably pretty badass because he's a, Carl is a very particular in what he wants to hear.
I agree.
So
Yeah,
those two
Marty
guys,
sounds amazing with him.
yeah, definitely Wally Hersom, who uh, for so many reasons I owe so much to, just being so kind and early on, and again answering my dumb questions. And I basically stole my amp setup and everything from Wally, and he was just like, "Yeah, this is it. Like, you should get this. You know, it's great. You know." Russell, as far as like playing slap in kind of he, those early Russell shows were the greatest ever. He was That band was so amazing. But if you could get Jake Irwin, which I'm sure you know, and again Billy Horton, but yeah, those guys, those are the ones I thought of, my requests.
I
And
wrote
and,
it.
and you've introduced me to guys that I had never heard of, that totally blown my mind, and it's so fantastic to know that these guys are out there working.
That's kind of like my goal, to combine all these different scenes. Since my approach was always, all right, I want to know everything about slap. So then I gravitated to different genres. But usually people come from rockabilly and they want to learn slap, and then they surround themselves with rockabilly players, and and then they're stuck.
Yeah.
So they don't think about
Oh,
other approaches, which
and then
really
of
helped me
course,
build my own style.
yeah, of course you should. I'm sure you're planning it to get Lee in here on
Oh, absolutely.
Slapstream for sure.
And Johnny Ray Bartel that you mentioned.
Oh yeah, a
Yeah.
great bass player for sure.
And it's uh oh, I have like a funny Wally story. Like, you mentioned Wally Harrison, and first time I met him, oh, I think it was definitely with Deak. I came to Deak's show in Oakland. I just moved to US. I just moved to California, and I remember I took a train to see Deak and to introduce myself to him. That's the way how I was meeting musicians. And then I think that's the show where I met Wally. But then later on, I played with another traditional rockabilly band opening for Deak. This time in San Francisco. Um, oh, now I can't remember. The Haywoods.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, so I played with the Haywoods, and we were opening for Deak. And then Wally, I played my regular setup, steel strings, everything, modern bass, modern amp, and but I tried to make it as traditional as possible, like if that's what you
Appropriate for that
accept,
band. Right.
like
Yeah.
Haywoods, yes. And I love playing with Haywoods. They were really cool songs, cool sound. It was a good band.
Yeah.
And so right after I finished the show, Wally came to me to check out my setup because he knew I was steel string, and then he came to me like to check out like what I'm playing, what pickups, what steel, and I asked him, "Yeah, I know you don't like steel strings." Okay, he said, "Steel strings? They didn't sound like steel strings." I was like, "All right, that's
Yeah, it is
good."
amazing. Some players that can have. Like I remember the first time I saw Jimmy Sutton, and this whole rig that he had together, like these it was like a rocket ship over there. There's
Oh
crazy
yeah,
lights and this giant rack full of stuff. I'm like, that's not going to sound good, and it sounded utterly beautiful and perfect and warm and I would have sworn it was this crazy tube amp I had never heard of or whatever, but no, it was I think it was, what was he playing then? Galen Kruger or something, with all this crazy outboard gear and everything.
yeah. He's always been dedicated to perfect sound.
Yeah. But
Perfect.
some people can, I remember when you go to shows and several bass players play the same rig, and just how there's a distinct difference between the way the same bass and the same amp, same volume, everything sounds with different hands, and different, just the subtleties you get out of it.
Absolutely.
Everyone has their own tone for sure.
Sound is in the fingers. The tone is in the fingers, and there's no doubt about that.
Yeah,
Um, HRH Folks have a very cool bass talk today.
fantastic.
Uh, and Carolyn said, loved Russell's rendition of Fly Me to the Moon.
Oh yeah, yeah,
It's a good one.
yeah.
What would you say? What would be the most essential slap bass recordings for you?
Hmm. Uh, we've mentioned those particular artists, sort of, but the Elvis records, the Chuck Berry records, and all that. But I forget. I think it was Ryan also who mentioned that "How Low Can You Go" or whatever, that box set. Um, Everything on there. There's a lot of it, of course, I'd never heard before that box set came out. But I was also really into Wanna Kaufman from Milton Brown. Um, a huge epiphany for me was finding the Tiffany transcriptions from the Texas Playboys, and I believe on those recordings it's some of Bob's brothers, Billy Jack or Luke, I think, that are playing on those. But essential. Not a lot of slap, but for the swing and feel and voice leading, those records are some of the greatest ever. Bob Wills is the king.
He still is.
Yeah,
I love that. Whoever is not familiar with How Low Can You Go box set, it's a three
yeah. When
CD box
whoever
set.
that guy is, I think you guys mentioned his name on that episode. But if I ever get to meet him, I'm just gonna hug and, dude, thank you so much for putting that box together.
It's so cool. It's very educated and very well done.
Yeah,
Very well done. It's really amazing. Everything that they put out is really cool, but especially that one. And it's a nice package, cool
yeah,
stories,
really well done and well
well
everything
researched.
about it. What
I
else? Hmm.
oh,
Trying to think of any other thing I wanted to
so for Chuck Berry,
mention.
which song? You just mentioned Elvis songs, like Chuck Berry. Any particular?
Oh, well, every single one.
Okay.
The I think it was you and Jimmy that were talking about how Dixon would approach playing rock and roll completely different than everybody else.
Oh,
And if you
absolutely.
really focus and listen to what the bass is doing, he'd play the verse different the next time. You know, the first verse wouldn't be played like the second verse, and uh, just weird syncopated rhythms that you don't really think are happening until you really focus and pay attention. And you're like, why was that's bizarre? Just really interesting rhythms and feels, and that's why those records are so amazing.
One thing that I loved about Willie Dixon is that he was always taking chances. He never played safe, and but he always sounded so cool.
Yeah,
It's just that guy was coolness
yeah.
incarnated, like
Who
amazing.
was who was that guy at chess who played like on the early Wolf like satisfied, uh, where it's just Muddy and the bass player. Why is his
Uh,
name escaping me?
I'll remember in a second. I
Yeah,
know what you're talking about.
but that record, when I finally heard that record, which was later in my life, it wasn't something that I had heard a lot when I was young that inspired me. But when I finally did hear that record, it was like, that's what I want to sound like. That. And why can't I remember that guy's name? Somebody out there
Yeah,
knows.
that's that whole blues period was was amazing.
Yeah, it's
And
times like this I've always picked up the phone and just called Deak. Deak, who's the guy? Blah 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 blah, and he would know. You know, it's all the stupid questions like that. He probably every time the phone rings and he looks down and oh Brent, he's gonna have some stupid question about some weird record that he just heard.
and oh, okay. So which song are you talking about? Did you mention I can't be satisfied?
Yeah, where it's just muddy and slap bass.
I think that's big Ernest Big Crawford.
Yes, yeah,
Is
you
that
are
him?
correct. Yeah,
Another guy from that period that it was also good slapper is from that period is Ransom Knowling.
for sure, for sure.
Or
Yeah,
he did like a cool stuff with Arthur Crudup. And on one of the albums, there's an album that he did that both Willie Dixon and him are on the album, which is I think kind of essential for bass
yeah,
aficionados,
yeah.
whatever you pronounce that name. And I think it's called Crudup meets Crudup meets Master Blues bassist or something like that. And it's really cool.
Yeah.
I'm bummed that not many people nowadays like play slap and blues, but it
Yeah,
should be.
you've asked several guests about band leaders and how they approach. Like, do they
That's
tell
my
you?
next question to you.
Oh, really? And previously, I was talking about sneaking in slap things little by little, as thinking of it more as a drum fill. You especially in like a bluegrass thing, uh, where you're just playing, trying to play pretty traditional bluegrass bass. But yeah, on those turnarounds, you can sneak in a little slap bass fill or something. And it seemed like I've been able to sneak some slap in places that I probably maybe not weren't appreciated. But if you just pepper them in a little bit, you just kind of worm your way in, and then eventually they just, oh, okay, yeah, yeah, you can slap. Go ahead. You sneak it in a little bit, and Yeah.
It's all about, I think that the overall sound of the band and what the band leader actually want to hear or not. And sometimes it's too much slap. Sometimes it's, for most of the people, it's never enough slap. So
Right.
rockabilly people, and then when I played with Lemmy, it was definitely slap based gig, but he definitely did not want to hear slap all the time. So it was loud. Yeah, I'm mentioning this because usually when the gig is loud rock and roll gig, they want you to play slap a lot.
Right.
And then with Lemmy, it was kind of like a different approach. It was he wanted everything to be loud, but not slap all the time for sure.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, and then some people, some band leaders, it's knowing the verbiage to explain what they actually don't like about the technique. Is the slap just too loud? Is it something, if you dial down the high end on your bass on your amp a little bit, could you get away with it more? Things of that nature. And then, like, I think Carl, playing with Carl Leyland, the piano player, I think he was the first guy to ever say, can you not have the after slap? I want the tone of the slap originally, but I don't want the coming, what do you call that in the nomenclature? Coming
I
back
call that double
against
slap. So no double slap, just single slap.
single slap. Yeah. And like that walking, he wanted that attack, slap attack, but not and he was the first person that ever asked me, can you do what you're doing, but don't do that thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I can see that. And another bass player that, since you're mentioning Carl, another excellent bass player that he played with is Gilles Chevauchery from France.
Yeah.
Unbelievable guy, like one of the best,
I've never been able
especially
to
from
see
his
him.
generation. He played slap in the '70s. He played slap in the '80s. He was subbing for Willie Dixon with Memphis Slim, and really cool guy. I met him on his 60th birthday like 10 years ago or something. Great, great dude, and
Wow.
still amazing player.
I'll have to search
Unbelievable
out
player.
those records and check it out.
Oh yeah, his main band back in the day was called Haricot Rouge, and then uh, but the best song for his slapping would be Chevaucherie Fantastique.
Okay.
It's a
I'm
slap
glad you
with
said that and didn't try to make me say it.
it's a slap um, with a big band, but it's all about slap. It's besides plucking the bass, it's really one of rare songs where slap is slap bass is solo instrument in that type of big band situation.
Cool.
But really cool. If you're not familiar with him, make sure to check him out.
Yeah,
I
I
would
will.
love to get him on it, but I do speak French, but I don't think that I would be comfortable to speak for French for a couple hours. This is hard enough in English.
How many languages do you speak now?
I mean, three, I would say,
Three. Wow.
So it will be, but there's like variants, of like each of these that I can, communicate on. My main language is Serbian, but there's, Croatian, now Bosnian, and then, and Macedonian that you understand, you can communicate a little bit because we used to be the same country. And so, but I would say
Yeah,
three
I
languages.
remember. I remember being in Copenhagen, and we were going to. It was after a gig. We were going back to the hotel or something, and going to a 7-Eleven to get snacks, as you do, after the gig. And there was a line. It was late, and there was this line of people waiting to get to pay to get to the register, and normal kind of youngish fella who was the cashier talking to the one person, and the guy at the counter, then in one language. The next guy came up, blah blah blah, blah, switched to some language I didn't even know what he was saying, some other language, and then I came up and I'm like, and he's immediately switched right to English. Just, you know, Worked out of 7-Eleven, speaks hundreds of languages. It's amazing. We're so stupid here.
You know,
Americans, you know.
I hear that, but I can't say that I agree with that. Here I have to say that I met some of the most amazing people and maybe even some of the worst people. I think that here is just overall the high, the overall how many quality people are like that top tier is kind of higher than anywhere else,
Hmm.
but low tier is kind of lower than everywhere else as well. So I see that kind of rest of the world is like this, and then US is like this, which kind of like brings me to like what often people think me in Europe. And when they ask me in Europe and then ask me, oh, how it is in US, this and that, it's amazing that there's no limit. You live in pretty much any country in Europe, you reach a certain limit and you kind of can't go higher than that.
Yeah.
And here you don't have that limit. You can go more and more and more and better and better.
Well, what
Problem is
sets those
there's
limits in
no
your
bar
opinion?
meter, so you can always go lower and lower and lower and lower,
Right.
which is kind of which is the main difference for me.
Hmm. What sets those limits in other places in your mind?
I don't know. I mean, like in Serbia, for example, when I was there, there was always something you can't. Um, First, in order to do something, for example, in this style, you kind of have the scene is so small that you kind of have to create the scene. So you basically have to build it up for ground, like up, and then it's like very different than here, and then all the structural system is different. Now things change a little bit with YouTube and social media, but still the things that are popular and that are high up there are the stuff that it's here. But here, when when you do something in US, basically whole world knows about it. If you're in Serbia, people in Serbia, maybe a couple surrounding countries know about it. So you have less places to play, for example, as a
Right.
musician.
Right.
So you can't really tour. You can play like every weekend or every second weekend, or you can choose to play in local bars, but then you're not a touring musician. You're not really basically just a bar musician, which I
Right.
don't mind, but I'm saying it's a different type of thing.
All
If you
right.
play
Now,
in a symphony orchestra, um, the some of the conductors are good, but like there's no rotating conductors like here if you play in LA Symphony Orchestra or so all these little things and 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 then I don't want to get too much into politics, but social system is a bit more protective over there, so you can't really um, I mean, you can end up on the street, but it's not as common as here.
right.
So that's kind of the thing.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I've
But
never
this
been
thing
able to
has
talk to you about
all
that
my
kind of stuff.
respect. What do you
No.
say, sorry?
I've never been able to talk to you about that kind of
Yeah.
the experience of growing up someplace other than here. You know, it's all I know.
Oh
I was
well.
yeah, just the other was it last night or the night before when I went to pick up this microphone preamp system, and I owe thank you Sam, one of my dear friends who loaned all this stuff to me. Uh, but a young woman from Germany who was explaining the election process there and how I might be getting it wrong or whatever. But from my understanding, it's not the cult of personality where you don't vote necessarily for a candidate, you vote for a party, and there's kind of an assumed thing that if the party wins, this person will be the chancellor or whatever. But it's not like here where it's a popularity contest for one person. It's more conceptual, like
Yeah.
this party stands for these ideals and you're voting for that, not for the way this guy or woman appears on television or
Yes.
something.
Well,
Seems
there's
better.
a little bit of that over there as well, but it's definitely different. Well, let's get back to bass
Okay, yeah, bass.
and all the reasons why all these
Why
good,
why are we here? We're here for bass.
yeah, and good times.
Yes.
Um, so you mentioned Lucky Stars and Deke
Mm-hmm.
Dickerson. So Lucky Stars, you joined. You said around mid '90s, right?
Yep.
And that band still plays, right?
They do. Thankfully, or strangely enough, about the same time that the Deak band put out our record and ended up living on the road, Wally, who we've been talking about, decided to kind of get off the road and quit the Fly-Right Boys. And he kind of took all my gigs here in town where I never actually quit the Lucky Stars. Wally just kind of became the new bass player. And
He still plays with them, right?
yeah, yeah. And the records they've made since my departure are fantastic if you can find them. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
amazing.
it's
Sage
funny. Like
writes
when
the greatest songs.
I played with Deek, I think it was called Cowboy Festival in Bakersfield or something
All
like
right.
that, and Lucky Stars were also over there. And I believe it was Wally. I
Yeah, it
forgot.
must have been probably. Yeah,
Also, it's always him.
Wallace.
It's always Wally.
Pretty much, I believe so. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Um,
I was like one of the most fun tours I've ever been able to do was um, Dave Stuckey couldn't do a tour as he's been the Lucky Star drummer for however many years now, a long time, and he couldn't do a tour up the Pacific Coast. And I got to go as the drummer, so I got to play gigs with Wally, which was so fun, so easy to play with, and it was amazing. It's great.
that's so cool. And you still play with Deek occasionally, right?
On occasion, yeah, when in town, or I do little weekend things whenever Sugar Balls can be around.
Oh yeah, so it's always three of
So
you, right?
when you were in the band, it was several different drummers.
Yes, it was Sugar Balls at the beginning, Chris Sprague.
Yes.
And then it was Jason Smay from JD McPherson's band,
Mm-hmm.
and then it was Lisa Pankratz
All right.
from
I did.
Austin.
I got to do a couple gigs with Deak with her. It was she's. I love listening to her sing. She doesn't
She's
sing enough.
great.
Yeah.
She plays mostly with Dave Alvey now, I believe.
Hmm. I haven't talked
And
to her in years.
who else was Damien?
Yes.
Damien from Nick Curran's band
Yeah.
on one tour.
Yeah.
Um,
That was the last incarnation of the Echophonics that I was a part of. It was Deak, myself, Damien, and Ron Jubila, and
hmm,
it was a pretty amazing. We just played so much. It was we went to Japan. I think it was the last tour that we all did together, maybe, and we did this live recording there, which I don't think Deke ever put out for whatever reason. But I remember listening to it, and we were just playing. I mean, the fast rockabilly songs were insanely fast, and it was Damien was just so great. You know, that was a great band. It was a really cool
solid
band.
dude.
Yeah.
There were a few other drummers. I played like some gigs with Dave Stuckey on drums as well.
Oh wow. Okay. I've
Yeah.
never done a deep gig with Dave that I can recall. Maybe I did. I did.
At,
I did. Yeah, I did one.
Mine was in Downey somewhere, and it was cool. It
Yeah.
was cool, except it was. I would say that I had to adjust my playing more than with other drummers
Right.
that are more aggressive. I would say Dave is
Yeah, I mean
more
that's
sophisticated.
definitely part of Deke's genius, and in some ways it was kind of led to my leaving the band was that I wasn't as good or as motivated as in exploring the constant change. Is like from the beginning when we started the band, uh, for quite a while it was this core group, and then like one person would change, and then it was this core thing, and we were really focused on trying to have this defined sound of what the Echophonics were going to, you know, when you showed up and you went to go see Deak and the Echophonics, you were going to get this presentation, you know. And as time went on, and it was pretty much Deak and I were the only consistent people, and he's just so flexible and talented enough and charismatic enough. Anybody behind him, he's going to make sound great, and he's going to be able to do it. Where I was constantly like, this just, you know, it wasn't, I didn't feel like it was a band as much as now I'm just working for this entertainer guy. Does that make sense?
I guess so.
I mean, playing with him on all the different bands that we had put together and all the different assortments of players, it's always fantastic. It's always great. But the constant change of it was kind of bumming out my world, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely. The sound was changing. You play same songs, but the approach is different, and the overall sound changes.
Yeah.
I guess
which has kind of been a big difference in my musical world, is that all those records that we've talked about that I made with the Lucky Stars, and all the Deak records, and all the jump blues records, and the, you know, straight blues records that I've made, has all been improvisational in nature. So we're at the gigs, and on the record, you as a bass player had the freedom to play anything you wanted at the time. Oh, well, I'm going to approach this song today real triad based off the root, and then, well, the next day I'm like, oh, I'm going to do it all backwards. Then on the strong beats, I'm going to start on the 5, you know, I could do anything I want. It's, you know, whatever makes the song groove at that day, or how I'm feeling, whatever. But now playing in a structured rock and roll band like Social Distortion, the commitment and the focus is to have the exact replication of the song every night with the same, obviously the same sound, the same emotion, which is completely different than my past.
Give audience what they ask for and the reason why they came to the show. And I would like to talk like more about Social Distortion and Mike Ness, but I would like first to hear you play some more. You mind?
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. What should I do?
Somebody earlier on requested. Let me see. Requested Ring on Fire or something like that. And
yeah, if I could only sing like Mike, which I cannot. Let's see. Well, after this interview is over, I'm packing up my stuff, and I actually have the first gig I've had in a long time, where I'm playing country music in Bakersfield for a Halloween celebration of sorts. So, play a Bakersfield song, I guess. And I'll try to approach it where, in that philosophy I was talking about, where the slap style is on accents or turnarounds. Does that make? I think that I made that clear, or made sense. Let's see. Wishing I could see you again, dear, and the fire of love would burn once more. But I guess it's wishful thinking, too much to be wishing for. I'll just live my life in dreams and long for your love. It's you I'm wishing for, and you I'm thinking of. My heart echoes the love words we've spoken, and how I wish I could hear them from you. Won't you answer a heart that's broken and make my wishful thinking come true? Yeah, little Win Stewart for you on a Saturday afternoon.
I love that stuff. And we were talking about, okay, before that, first super sticker from Betty. Beautiful
Yeah.
song.
Oh, thank you.
All right, people, check out super stickers and super chat under the live chat on YouTube. That's
I think that
new
there was one
feature
thing
that
I
have
wanted
on
to.
YouTube.
Do you have your bass with you?
I do.
There was one thing. I forget. I think I was playing with the Johnny Two Bags solo band, and we opened for Tiger Army, and you and I got to geek out about basses for a minute, and I was trying to show you this weird hammer-on slap that a friend of mine. In my bluegrass band, I would go on tour, and then they couldn't play, and he was always bummed. So he decided he would just learn how to play bass, and he could never figure out the Kevin slap. So he came up with his own hammer-on kind of slap that kind of works in the same rhythmic thing, but kind of starts on the opposite. And I kind of showed it to you, and you kind of modified it even more and kind of had your own spin on it. But I call it the Stan slap for my dear friend Stan Gonzalez, where he would be, bluegrass, something like that. And he would use it also hammering on from different, like half step up. Did you ever like incorporate that kind of hammer-on thing into your playing?
I completely forgot about that conversation.
Huh.
Like,
do you do that? Do you use that? Have you heard people use that?
I don't. I'm willing to try and learn.
You give it a shot. It's weird. It took me forever to be able to pull it off without completely turning the beat around and things, because it kind of comes in a different time
and
where you would use it. Yeah.
Oh, somebody said I do that left-hand slap often. I stole it from Johnny Hatton.
Johnny Hatton, really? Okay.
Somebody from Alter Billy's said it.
Cool. All right.
All right. I'll solo you, and then you can explain it if you don't mind. All right. So this is part for lesson with Brent.
Bass lesson with Brent. Teaching my friend Stan's
the lick
technique. All right. So
if you don't mind, just explain it slow, and I'll solo you and tell the notes that you're playing as well.
Sure. So for ease and simplicity, we're going to be in the key of G, playing kind of a Johnny Cash, Marshall Grant kind of groove. And where you would kind of typically, if I was going to throw in the Kevin slap, it would be at that point off of the 5, off of the D note. But for what I'm calling the Stan Gonzalez slap, or as the Johnny Hatton slap, or whatever we're going to end up calling it today, you kind of open. You use the open D and hammer on to the G. So you pull the open D, hammer on to the G, and after slap, and then come back up on the G. And I've been able to sometimes successfully pull it off on doing a flat 7, major 7, all sorts of, however I can figure out how to use it. But the hardest thing for me to wrap my head around is where it would come in the groove, where you would it's different than stand slap.
Thank you. Let me try it.
Sure.
So, you said key of G?
Sure.
So, and we're hammering like this?
Yes, sir.
So,
Yeah.
like that?
It's weird, huh? It
Yeah,
kind of fits in a weird spot.
Sorry?
It fits in a weird spot. You have to start it in a place that's kind of not normal, not comfortable, I guess. It took me a while to be able to do it.
I wonder
Yeah,
what
that
thing
other
I'm
slap
adding.
comes faster. That's getting closer, yeah.
Now you got me thinking, what was the thing that I was adding after that?
Yeah, you took that idea. I showed it to you. I didn't have an upright at the time. I was playing electric bass, and I think you were able to. You were like, oh, like this, or whatever, and then you did some other kind of hammer-on thing that I was hoping that you would remember and show to me. Was there other kind of? How else do you use hammer-ons?
Sorry?
How else do you use a hammer-on within your slap technique?
Well, sometimes I just use this. Like,
Yeah, that's bad. That's bitching.
what's something like that?
It could have been. Yeah, maybe that was it.
But I add the roll slaps with right hand.
All right, right. That's pretty bitching.
Something like that. I use also hammer-ons like this, like which is kind of Gilles Chevaucherie style. He does the same thing without these right hand slaps.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Maybe I was adding an extra slap with the right hand.
That's pretty. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. So, I mean, my furthering along that as to try to be useful in other things is I've been trying to come up with different ways to use that approach within a closed thing where you're not stuck in keys where you can use the open strings. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, like, if we're in B flat, Is that kind of making sense what I'm talking about? Yeah.
I was probably adding one. Now I'm thinking.
cool.
later. But I
Pretty
think,
cool. So yeah, now we got to come up with another name, Mister
yeah.
Nomenclature Man. What
I
do we
mean,
want? What do we want to call that?
I mean,
Hammer on slap?
I use that hammer on. You know, it has to be hammer on.
Hammer
You
on
know,
with
because
something.
it's if you're really like going like really similar things, like naming always different names, I found that a little bit confusing. So, for example, like a roll slap, that I like calling roll slap, the one that you, it's Kevin's or this guy's, that guy's, and they're all slightly different.
Right.
And then I like to putting them in like certain categories, and then maybe like make like slight difference. Okay, so this particular slap could be played like this way or that way, and then try like more to help people find their own thing than just like copy exact thing what you do or Kevin or me or whoever.
Sure.
That
Sure.
makes sense.
Yeah. No, I
But I
yeah, I
forgot about this that we were talking about this.
yeah. Hammer-ons.
I
Yeah,
remember that show.
I
It was
don't
Fonda,
know.
right?
Pardon?
It was. I remember the show. It was at the Fonda.
At the Fonda. Yeah.
Yeah,
Tiger Army at the Fonda with Johnny Two Bags opening.
I remember that. Do you still play
That was
with
a great.
Johnny?
We do. He hasn't uh, had the motivation to play many solo gigs lately, but yeah,
Yeah,
when we
nobody
do
has
it, that's
motivation during the Corona.
yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, the last
Have
time
you?
he went out and did those songs, he was opening for Justin Townes Earl,
Oh,
right
cool.
before Justin passed. You know, but the crazy
Nice.
thing, Johnny was out doing. A lot of people don't know that he was out playing solo acoustic guitar and singing, opening for ZZ Top.
Huh. I didn't
Pretty
know that.
pitching. Call it, like huge venues, like just acoustic guitar and John singing. It's pretty cool
By himself?
by himself.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a
Gutsy move.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if Billy Gibbons calls you to do that, you
That
know,
you do it
just do
for
it.
sure. Yeah,
All right. So let's do like while you still have that bass with you.
yeah.
So how do you call the different slap patterns that you do?
I don't. I
So
it,
you never use that terminology like single slap, double slap, triple slap. You just use Kevin's slap, Sam slap.
mm, I think if I was trying to communicate it to someone, I would kind of sing how it sounded and say, kind of maybe I would have some kind of an example. I mean, of course, you could write it out and say what it is and describe it in music notation, but I didn't really adopt any kind of structured names for the particular grooves or whatever. There was, Johnny Cash groove, or Comets, that kind of thing, or whatever. I didn't actually have specific names. And most of the time, being the only bass player, and for a long time not having bass players ask me to explain things like that, I never had to call it anything anyway. I just did what I wanted. If that makes any sense.
That's the best.
Yeah.
Well, since you don't do that, like, do you mind showing the palette or like different slap patterns that you use? You don't
Oh,
have to
okay.
name them.
Right. True. Um, different slap patterns that I use. This is not going to be as interesting as the Mark Rubin. Trust me. That was crazy. But yeah, straight um, to more of that rhythm and blues approach where there isn't much afterbeat, kind of just more of of the swing element of it. And I forget which bass player was talking about it. I think it was Kevin. maybe when you guys were talking about the circular thing, where it does seem like in playing, playing jump blues and stuff like that, when I wanted to get that really behind the beat swing feel, that having this kind of, you know, motion helped in kind of some, the Wally slap. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I guess what could I share that would be unique? I know just probably just like you and many other players, it's the slap rhythms that come by complete mistake, where you're, I had a bluegrass band for a long time. We weren't really traditional bluegrass, but we did play some like super fast straight bluegrass. We had an unbelievable banjo player that would just kick off stuff at, pretty crazy tempos, and it was the fills that I would attempt to do with like kooky slaps in between, sometimes falling on my butt so bad, but when I made them and it worked, it was, yeah, that was the greatest thing. I'm trying to think of how to explain it. Where you're just playing and high on the mountain, tell me what you see. Bear tracks, looking back at me. Better get your rifle, boy, before it's too late, 'cause the bear's got a little pig and he's headed towards the gate. You would do like something leading into the banjo solo, and every once in a while you would strike on a bizarre rhythm pattern that was unique. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, and I love that. Yeah, I'm so glad I forced you in this direction, so you played some bluegrass. Yeah.
Yeah, we had I was really, really fortunate. It was during the time just before I joined Social Distortion, and during the whole first decade that I was in that band. Every time I would come home, there was this group of I don't know if you've probably had the same experience, where every once in a while everything lines up to where not only do you meet a bunch of people that you want to work with musically, to where you're in a shared vision of what music you want to create, but personality wise, there's so many different connections, and you can relate to each other as humans and men and friends. And then every once in a while it even goes further to where like the wives like each other, which is bizarre sometimes. How many times it's like, oh, you're going with, the band guys are coming over tonight. Like, there was a period where like it was rehearsals were family barbecues. You know what I mean? Essentially, and everybody got along, and we were all enjoying each other's company, not just for the music, but as friends, and besides learning how to play music together and write songs together, we were learning how to parent, or learning how to be, better people and better partners for our wives and stuff. It was a beautiful time. I missed that for sure.
Amazing.
Hmm.
And Matt Vince commented, "Love your slap bass playing, Brent." Thank you.
Those ladies are so
They are
they are so amazing. Yeah.
super nice and
Yeah.
amazing artists. They also wrote Johnny Two Bags solo, alone or with the band. Very cool. Uh, we got some bass comments. I guess it's about that Cameron slap that we were talking about.
Yeah.
It is similar to drummer's single stroke 4,
Oh.
3/16 triplets ending on the 8th note single stroke 4.
Well, there you go.
Um,
Thank you, whoever that was. Thank you for
Ellie
sharing.
Hatch.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not sure what he exactly means. because there was
I guess
only
as far as how to explain it and how it comes across, how you would
yes,
notate it or whatever.
because I hear one triplet there. Okay.
Hmm.
Um, do the same. And Carolyn is asking, see the similar lean on the bass. How many of you bass players do that same lean?
Hmm. I don't know, and I wish I didn't. I think I'm trying to hunch more just to be more in frame. But yeah, there's definite times when Deak is sharing some long-winded story, and you're like, you know, it is an amazing piece of furniture, you know, and definitely during shows I've utilized it, and I've always kind of had this horrible uh, habit of kind of wrapping my leg around there. Do you do that?
Uh, so that you put the bass
Kind of
in
just
between your
like,
legs?
yeah.
You know, sometimes when I do, if I do that, um, it would have to be for the rockabilly gig. So
I've I've
well,
I've always like kind of it was one other color tonal thing
oh,
to where the bass kind of to me the way the bass sounded to me it
yes,
probably wouldn't
acoustically.
really affect yeah acoustically it probably didn't affect what was coming through my amp but you know and it kind of gets darker to me the way
A little
it
bit
comes up to
muffly,
my
yeah.
ear yeah
But I
I've
think
always
that's
used
just
it
if you're
as
playing
kind of
with
a
the mic,
color
but if
thing
you're playing with the pickup and a big rig, I don't think that matters that
no
much.
it was only for me
Yeah. You know, it's interesting you mentioned that position because when I started playing bass, um, it was before I started taking lessons for the classical music, and I didn't know how to hold it. So I just took LP Rent and Ray with the Stray Cats, and I saw Lee Rocker standing like that. I was like, all right, I guess this is how you're
that's the way
supposed
to
to
go
stand.
right
So started that and started slapping. But I promised my parents that I'm gonna go to a classical music school. So like month later, 2 months later, like I learned how to um,
proper
how to actually stand with the bass.
yeah I mean several of the guests that you've had very eloquently and appropriately talked about relaxing and having the proper body posture and everything. And I think the first person who shared any of that with me was Wally, and he because I back in when I was playing in that early rockabilly band and everything, I played so hard and it was all about like you know trying to get just forcing that rhythm down people's throats, you know. And it was him who said, like, dude, you got to relax. You're you're gonna you're gonna hurt yourself like down the line. And yeah, he was right because I have had all sorts of issues with my shoulder and my wrist. And have you had any hand issues? I've had fingers go numb and all sorts of things. And it's probably the way I stand and the way I play.
I, I I had it for a little bit, but not for too long. Um, luckily, and I know that lots of people get those problems, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure what is the correct way to fix that. I went to a doctor that it's apparently good for that type of stuff, and then I showed him how I stand with the bass, which is kind of the most proper way to say it. And he's like, "Oh, there's everything wrong about that." I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
so I think it's just you can't find perfect position.
Yeah. I talked to the bass player I mentioned, Mike Fay, who
Hmm.
is an older man. He plays in a traditional band called Gramoli in San Diego that I was introduced by Carl. And he's one of the older people that I've been able to talk to that still play and still play slap style all the time. And I asked him about, have you had shoulder issues or hand problems? And he was just, I just kept trying to play lighter and lighter and not worry about being loud. And I think that was always I was just always trying to be aggressive and hear myself and play loud. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were talking earlier. It's very important to have that dynamics for that particular reason as well. Because if you're able to switch and still play cool, quiet, and then you build it up, you don't put the same pressure. I mean, you don't put pressure on the same muscles all the
Right.
time in the
And
same way.
and stupidly, it was like, I think it was, I forget whom it was who like explained it to me, or it could have been my own final dumb realization, is that the bass is actually louder if you don't play it as hard. It doesn't choke itself.
Hmm.
It's
Oh yeah,
going to
yeah, that
ring
makes
bigger.
sense.
It's going to be, more of a bigger sound for sure.
I always felt that, and that's one of my professors in the jazz school told me, you don't even start playing music if you're still thinking that you're holding something. You need to think that the instrument is part of your body and
All right.
not some strange instrument that you have to control, because just has to be a unity, has to be part of your soul and body, and then you're able just to be focused on music and the groove and the pocket. But those things, if you're still thinking like, oh, where's this note, or is this correct, or am I standing correct, oh, that kind of ruins it a little bit.
Hmm.
um
What else
Social
do we got?
distortion, how did you
Social
get that gig?
distortion.
Like, so
Oh,
you mentioned how you started playing with Mike Ness, but
yep.
then there was several years before you actually started playing with Social Distortion and joining
Yeah. Yeah.
the
It
band.
it I don't know if I've ever told the story on the internet. I have told the story before, but it's one of my favorite stories to tell, actually. Uh, and again, because people have asked me, like, dude, did you audition? Was it what was the process? How did you get your gig? I want your gig. How did you get it? And again, for me, it was complete, utter dumb luck. Like, right place at the right time. I don't know. I mean, I did have an in because I had worked with Mike already with his solo band and made a record with him. So he, you know, kind of knew how I approached the whole gamut of playing music. Um, but again, there was a few years, several years after the Mike Ness band had kind of run its course, and he went back to doing Social Distortion, and then Dennis passed away, and then he took more time to decide whether he was going to continue with the band or not. And when they finally put everything back together, and he wrote what is, I think, some of his great best songs that became Sex, Love, and Rock and Roll, and they recorded that record after Dennis passed. And John Maurer was still in the band playing bass. But after they finished it and they were going to go on the road, John decided not to, he wasn't in the band anymore. And I was working, and I got a phone call, and it was management, and they were saying that John wasn't going to do the tour that was coming up. Would you be interested in being one of the people that would audition for the band? I'm like, yes, of course. I definitely want to do that. And they're like, okay, start listening to Social Distortion music, and we'll let you know when this would happen or whatever. I'm like, great. So for the next month or something, anytime I had music on in the house, I was playing Social Distortion just to kind of have that going on in my head. And my son, who is just just graduating junior high, going into high school, was like, "This music is different than you normally play. Most of the music you play is dead guys. What is this?" And kind of you know, explained the uh, the environment that Social Distortion envelops, and the sound and the whole thing. And he was like, "Wow, you might be in this band? That's crazy. It's so different for you." Whatever. And nothing ever happened. I never got a call. Never got there was never any auditions, and before I knew it, there was an ad in the paper that Social Distortion was coming to town. I'm like, oh, I guess they found someone. And it turned out it was Matt Freeman from Rancid, who joined for the first tour of the Sex, Love, and Rock and Roll album cycle. And eventually, I'm trying to remember how long it was, but it was somewhere in the middle of that tour. I received another phone call, and they were like, um, Matt and his wife are expecting their first child. And it's kind of been discussed and everything, and everyone in the band is like, dude, you gotta go home. If she goes into labor, you gotta go home and be there as soon as you can for the birth of your first child. It was this. How often do you have, you know, how many times do you have your first child? Um, so they said, would you kind of be on call? Would you learn the set and be on call if she goes into labor? Matt's going to get on an airplane wherever they are, and we'll fly you out as soon as possible or whatever. Like, of course, this, yes. And it was almost like, but we were, I don't, it felt like I was part of, I was going to help have the baby in a way, in a weird, messed up way. Anyway, that never happened. Her due date was after the tour, and they were worried that she would possibly go into labor early, and it wasn't happening. But as the dates got longer and it got closer to her due date, I guess there was a little concern, and they actually flew me to San Francisco to play with the band at sound checks. They had 2 dates in San Francisco, so I played, just so Mike would be a little more confident and uh, comfortable with, if Matt had to go home, that I would come out and play. And it all went kind of well. Everything was great. And then they went off and continued the tour, and I went home and never got a phone call. Never, that was like, I'm like, oh, I guess it's not going to happen. She's going to, her due date is the real due date, or she'll carry past term or whatever. Eventually, they had 5 or 6 shows left at the Wiltern Theater in Los Angeles, and the opening band was Tiger Army at the time. And my son, who had been listening to me play this stuff over and over, was like, I'd really like to see that band. Your Social Distortion band. I guess you're not going to be in it or whatever. I'm like, yeah, I guess not. So I called and said, can I come down and bring my son? He wants to see the band, And I'm like, yeah, okay. And what day can you come? And I'm like, well, the only date that fit into my schedule, I had gigs the rest of the week or whatever. I was like, can I come the first night? They're like, yeah, okay. We'll give you 2 tickets. We'll see you there. So we go down. I go up and say, introduce Keenan to everyone and say hello. Like, thanks for having us out. Break a leg. We'll see you later. Go down. We're watching Tiger Army, killing it, with Jeff Refredo, who is that he would be great for the show. He's a great slapper. Anyway, we're watching the band, and the tour manager comes out like, Brent, dude, Matt is in a car. He is leaving. He's going home. His wife has gone into labor. Will you play? I'm like, yes. Once again, I just happened to be there at the right time. They happened to know that I was there. And I went up. I said, the only thing is I'm here with my son. He has to go up on stage with me. And they're like, no problem. So I go up, and Johnny and Danny Magoo, who was playing organ and piano with us at the time, kind of helped, give me pointers on certain parts of the set or whatever. And they're like, do you know that song? I'm like, yeah, I think I'm good. And I did it. I just winged it, played. And the next day they're like, well, Matt, The baby's fine, mom's fine, everything's great, but he kind of wants to stay home with his new family. And will you play the rest of the shows? Yes, of course. And those were my first shows with Social Distortion, and I thought that was it. I was inviting everybody I knew. Come down, dude. I'm playing in a real rock band, and we're playing at the Wiltern. This is amazing. Come down and check it out. And eventually, uh, they were just like, "Why don't you just do this?" You know, the next shows that came up was, I guess, my first official show as a member was the K Rock acoustic Christmas thing at the Universal Amphitheater, and pretty great beginning, and it's just been uh, fantastic ever since. That was
That's such an
17
awesome
years
story.
ago.
I'm glad you're sharing it on the internet for the first time on the Slapstream.
Yeah,
Now everybody knows.
yeah. It was not because I you know played the best or had whatever. It was just I was there, and Mike knew
It's
me
a
and
lot
felt
about it.
comfortable enough.
But I'm sure that it was your sound, your approach, your personality, and all of that. And Mike played with you before
Yeah,
that. As you know, when you tour with someone, it's not just about who plays the best or who has the best sound. It's also it's the whole package.
oh
It's
yeah,
the whole package. How somebody looks on stage, how somebody acts on stage, behaves on the tour bus, and all the other things.
yeah. Now,
So
so many times friends have like, why don't you know why isn't it this way? Why aren't you more apart? Why don't you have more say in blah blah blah? And it's like, well, I'm still in the band because I am the way I am, and I act the way and that's why it's working. You know, I'm not that dumb. I know the man. We've after what 17 years, 18 years or something. We kind of know each other. And he's been incredibly kind to me. We've definitely had moments of disagreement about certain things, uh, tone of bass, like different things. He has a very specific vision of what he wants the band to sound like, and sometimes I have a different idea. Um, but overall, it's been a
as far as
great,
tone goes,
yeah, tone. It's funny, like just recently, before our last, I think, how many tours have I done with it? Maybe 2 tours. Um, he's like, dude, for 30 years or 40 years now or whatever, I forget what they claim. Social Distortion's been a band 40 years maybe. Um, I've always hated going on the bass side of the stage because of all that low end, and I I ended up playing really a pretty low volume. I don't know if you were ever on stage for a Social D show that I played, but my volume was pretty low, and it was mainly because he didn't want to hear all the low end, and he's just like, we gotta you know we gotta think of this differently. What else can you use besides 8/10s? And he worked with the guy at Divided by 13, and they're like, oh yeah, play through play through 412 cabinets with this amp that doesn't have as much low end, and they had this whole vision of what it would be, and I struggled with it because there's so much about having the air move behind we've stood in front of bass cabinets our whole lives, and having that air move and hit you in the back of the leg, but listening to it out in front and realizing, oh, there's still all this low end and everything in it. The music doesn't suffer for the loss of that low end because it was pretty much just only on stage, and at least it's not an excuse now. The low end issues are not me. It's something else in the PA or whatever. But it's been an interesting process of completely wrapping my head around a different tone to use.
I always appreciated when I played with band leaders that knew what they wanted,
Yeah,
and that they know how they exactly know how the band should sound like. Because if you have like too many people with their own opinion, it's fine if those people are like all super creative and on the same path, kind of same path, but sometimes it could be um, a mess.
yeah, yeah. I
And
remember once I was kind of comfortable that I was going to be in the band longer than 6 days. I thought, oh, okay, cool. I mean, anyone who's a Social Distortion fan, if you listen to those records, it's never been a bass player band. You never think of it as like, oh, that's bass featured or anything. It's a guitar band, you know. And I thought, oh, I'm gonna add some bass shit in here. This is gonna be, not craziness, but some turnarounds, maybe some actual create riffs underneath things, repetitive, just more bass. And every time I would experiment or try to do something, it was like, this doesn't sound like Social Distortion. This is not what it's about. This is what play what's right and what's appropriate.
yeah, we as bass players have to know what's the best for the band.
Yeah, and to his credit, he's given me that leeway to hang myself. You know, like I'll experiment with some dumb idea, some whatever it may be, and he'll give me the time to at least perfect the bad thing that I'm trying to do, and then kind of like, maybe that's not working, dude. Like yeah, you're right. Yeah.
If you compare playing with Mike Ness solo band and Social Distortion, what are the differences?
Oh, not much really. Uh,
Were you playing only upright with his solo band?
no, there were always a few songs from that first record on, and a couple songs on the record that I recorded with him that were electric bass. Certain grooves that just kind of didn't make sense on upright. But the major difference would just be volume and presentation. Where there would be much more diversity that way with the Mike Ness band, where there's
Wow.
quiet, gentle songs, which aren't a big part. They're not a big part of the Social Distortion repertoire. There are slow ballads and things that are a little more mellow, but there isn't like tender songs like if you leave before me and things like that are in the Mike Ness band.
And when you started playing with Mike Ness band, did you have like any? Did you get any pointers how to behave on stage and stuff like that,
No,
or was it all manual?
no. Actually, that was pretty funny. Not really. I mean, if I was playing the chords correctly and assimilating the lines that were on the record uh, in a approximate fashion, the playing was fine. That was good. There was a point when he approached me and said, Johnny's not going to come back. Will you continue on and just consider yourself going to be the bass player for the whole tour? I had just come off playing the Deak set right beforehand, and we were visually very kind of fancy 50s. We were wearing gabardine trousers and bright gabardine shirts. And at that time, at that day, I was wearing like gray gabardine trousers that I loved, and I had this really bitchin' 50s uh, yellow Hawaiian shirt before that had anything to do with Boogaloo Boys or any of that nonsense. It was, cool Hawaiian shirts. Um, Bright ass yellow. It was a beautiful shirt. I destroyed it by playing in it for years, but um, He's like, yeah, we'd like you to do the rest of the tour. And he kind of looked at me and he said, do you own any dark clothes? That was the only thing he's ever said to me as far as like, you know, can you maybe not wear yellow? That was kind of about it.
So did you have anything dark on your
Yeah.
suitcase
Yeah.
on that tour?
Yeah. Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, I
Okay, good.
did. Not a lot. I was into, the one thing being a bigger man, um, and being obsessed with vintage clothes is generally the darker clothes don't exist because guys wore them and wore
Mm.
them out. When you're shopping vintage, I would find perfect dead stock peacock blue or something shirt, but to find a really nice, good condition 50s black gabardine shirt, forget it. In my size, forget about it. Forget it. Never.
Jerry Brink wrote, when Brent played with Deak, they bring down the house. Everyone was rocking and nobody left unhappy. Insane live music by skilled musicians.
Oh, I was very kind. Now playing with Deak and Chris, I got to remember to call him Chris. Uh, Chris Sprague, um, is yeah. Those sets were always awesome. So much
Oh yeah,
fun.
absolutely. And Carolyn D wrote some of the best punchlines to stories ever.
Thank you.
Um, and have you ever played upright bass with Social Distortion?
Yes, there's been several tours where we will come out and do 4 or 5 songs acoustically to begin
Mhm.
the show, or there's been times certain songs take a different in rehearsals kind of morph into a different version of the song, and he'll say maybe this should have upright, and I'll end up bringing the upright on the tour. But yeah, I've the scariest, you probably have stories too of the trucking companies or airlines possibly destroying gear. My beloved bass. I had this. What was his name? Preston Hubbard,
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yep.
Los Angeles bass player. Uh, we, we were going to take the upright on tour, and I didn't have a hard shell case for the upright, and so I just luckily it turned out on Craigslist or something that Preston was selling this giant coffin of I don't know if you've seen upright cases that are just huge rectangular monoliths that had like giant thing, and you just set the base inside. They're not molded, they're giant. You know what I'm talking about? Does that make sense? But anyway,
I think
I
so.
bought that from Preston and was using it for that tour, and they were shipping our gear back east, like a freight shipping company, and they put the uh, forklift tongues or whatever they call them right through the case. And thankfully, it went in between the strings and the body from
Wow.
between the bridge and didn't crush the bass, but totally destroyed and splintered this stupid coffin case and went right through. Oh, I would just been so devastated. That would have been the worst to have that
Wow.
bass destroyed. But yeah,
Yeah, I'm not sure like what we're talking about coffin case. Um, so it's not just a regular flight case,
no,
like
not like a big
a big
gauge.
cage type of thing.
Yeah, no, but just a giant rectangular, big, like you would put a keyboard in, but massive, or like a drum hardware case. Just huge.
So it was custom made for bass
I guess Preston had it since who knows when. Yeah,
when he was playing with the Fabulous Thunderbirds, or
maybe,
yeah.
maybe. I didn't meet him. It was like his name was on,
Oh,
etched or
okay.
spray painted on it with a phone number, which I never called to see if it was actually him.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Jake Edgington, what was the experience filming the video for Machine Gun Blues. Great slap stream as always. Thank Djordje and Brent.
Yeah,
Thank you, Jack.
yeah. The that was fun. Like, have you done videos where you have to try to act?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, it's bass players acting. It's sometimes not a good thing, but they made it really easy for us, and my fondest memory was that Dave Hidalgo and myself both had these replica shotguns that were weight appropriate, like, dead nuts replica of a real shotgun. So the whole day, like 10 hours or whatever it is, we're walking around going, shuk, shuk, one handed with the shotgun, shuk, shuk, and there's nothing like that sound. It's like, wow, shotgun. My arm the next day was so sore from, like, they're heavy, and just constantly doing this sound. Yeah, it was fun playing, boys playing with guns. Great.
How many video clips have like music videos did you do with
With
social?
Social D, just that one.
Just that one.
Yeah.
How many records have you played on?
Just Hard Times at Nursery Rhyme and Nursery Rhymes, which was like 2011. And he's been saying next year we're going to do a new record since 2011. And
Oh wow.
what
Well,
time is it now?
now's the time.
Yeah.
And
We've done several months of pre-production and worked on, there's way too many songs, and some of the stuff Mike came up with is bitchin', and we all worked out these great arrangements. And uh, if and when, or it's going to be when eventually we get into the studio, this next record's going to be great. He wrote some really cool things. We just
do you have all the arrangements for all the songs and everything, or
Yeah,
just started? Oh, okay. So
yeah,
everything is pretty much done. You just have to go to the
we
studio.
just got to go do it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
just the actual work of doing it. Yeah.
You know what? And you were wrong. Mad Twins just remind you that you are in the cartoon video too.
Oh yes, I am a cartoon, Georgie.
Yeah.
It was like so cool to be in a cartoon. Growing up watching cartoons, it was like, wow, wouldn't it be cool to be in a cartoon? And it was thanks to the Mad Twins that I am in the I am in a video. That if no one had if people don't know who we're talking about when we mention the Mad Twins, it's they did an amazing animated video for Social Distortion. Sweet and Lowdown is the name of the song, and yeah, the whole storyline, everything is all them. They created it. It was their vision, and it's a wonderful video. It's evocative of the song. It's appropriate to the lyric, everything, and I get to be a cartoon character. Which, how cool is
That's
that?
so cool.
Yeah,
That's and if you guys are not familiar with Mad Twins, you should definitely go and check them out. At least their music videos, because they did
yeah. They've
a
done a
bunch of
Reverend
music
Horton
videos. They
Heat
did like for Reverend
video.
Horton Heat. They did one for Necromantics.
Yeah,
I believe they did one for The Living End as well, but I might be wrong.
probably.
Um, and
I
they
know
did
they're
like,
big fan. They're huge fans of the Living End for sure. So that would make sense. Did they do a
yes.
Flogging
So
Molly one too?
sorry,
Did they do a Flogging Molly video? Maybe they did.
maybe, but they're here so they can write down, and I will
Oh yeah,
feature the comment.
ladies, what else have you done? Let us know.
But yeah, like if our viewers are not familiar, check out Mad Twins. Amazing art and amazing music videos for
Great
cool music.
humans. Yeah.
Absolutely. Um, and um, and so how many? Do you know how many tours? Oh yeah, they did Batmobile as well.
Oh, okay.
Um, and were you ever into psychobilly? Not really.
Not really. Not
Okay.
really. It was
And
the traditional thing that it was mostly the sound of the upright bass, not necessarily the presentation of psychobilly, but
mhm,
the way the bass ended up having to sound. It
like
didn't.
tung, tung, tung.
Yeah. You it, I, what what motivates me and gets me in the heart is that real sound of as acoustic as possible. So,
Yes, like I mean, for me, psychobilly is like such a broad genre that you can kind
oh
of do
sure,
whatever you want to, as long as you have your own personal touch.
sure.
And I always loved psychobilly since I was a kid. How about like an '80s rockabilly, like a British stuff, like a
Oh yeah, I
wrestler
mean, I had
or
like every almost every other guest. You know, I had the early Stray Cats records. I had the Polecats. I had the Sharks. I think they were called.
yep.
Um, Never got to see those bands until later. You know, when Tim moved to Los Angeles and stuff, and he would play. It wasn't the actual the Polecats, but I got to see him. Uh, I never got to see the Stray Cats. Actually,
Oh, really?
yeah,
Have
I
you ever
never
played
did.
with Brian?
No,
Oh, okay.
no.
I thought maybe you played like, but later on you mentioned that you just played on Under the Influences record, not
Right.
Cheating at Solitaire
Cheating
or
at
something like that.
solitaire, yeah.
That's where Brian Setzer and Bruce Springsteen
Yeah.
played on, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But no,
That's
but I
that's a
did
cool
see I
record.
used to go and see the earliest incarnation of Lee's band,
Big Blue.
Big Blue. I used to see him at the Troubadour. No, I think he was playing at the Palomino fairly
Mm.
regularly before it closed. But I never got to see him as a Stray Cat. Kind of a bummer.
I always loved the Stray Cats.
Oh, genius for sure.
I played with Jim a lot. When when we were in a band together with Lemmy and Danny Harvey, it was a cool little thing.
Yeah, those guys. I mean, those guys are I, essentially probably the most popular rockabilly band ever.
Oh, absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely. There's no doubt about it.
yeah.
I mean, and nobody did it for
And who's
that long.
cooler than Lee Rocker? I mean, the man has just been so nice to me for forever. I actually have one of my bragging things, and someone like you would probably appreciate it. Any Lee Rocker nut. Um, Post Stray Cats, when there was Phantom Rocker and Slick,
Uh huh.
he had these custom anvil cases made for his P basses
Uh
that
huh.
have the bitchin' Lee Rocker uh, leopard print inside, and I have them. He sold them to me for Social Distortion to use as my road cases.
Oh wow.
I have Lee Rocker's badass leopard print P
Yeah.
bass cases.
Phantom Rocker and Slicks.
Yeah, I think that's what they were from. I actually, um, it was all through a mutual friend. I never actually talked to Lee about it, but
Uh huh.
yeah, I have them. Pretty
That's
cool.
cool. I kind of like that band as well. Phantom Rocker and Slick. They had like some cool songs.
Yeah,
It was
I like that
definitely
record.
different.
Yeah.
But I was glad
What's
that they were
cool
doing
is
something
I
different.
didn't know the story, but one of the only groups right now that I'm currently when we can play, and the last year or so before COVID, uh, the only group I'm mostly playing upright bass with is James Enfield, the
Hmm.
fantastic Los Angeles singer songwriter
Are
and
you still playing with James?
yeah, hmm
Oh, I didn't
and
know that.
he's an amazing bass player. I don't
He's
know if you
great.
he's yeah, wonderful. But
He played
he
bass
was
with
telling
Mavericks, right?
he did for
Yeah.
a while. Yeah. But he was telling me that before Phantom Rocker and Slick uh, cemented and became a thing, that there was for a while he was going to be the singer.
Oh, Enfield?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and he did some gigs with them as the singer before I guess Lee decided, I'll sing.
Wow. What was the
Just
name
think
of
of
that
those
band?
records that they could have made, what that would have sounded like. It would probably have been amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
interesting. Wow, that's a new thing.
Yeah.
I
No,
I didn't
James has
didn't know
been
that.
working with him has been really great. He has such huge experiences with upright and different recordings and stories, and he got to to play with the guys. You know, he did a tour with Jerry Lee Lewis, you know, and not in his band, but their band was opening like a, you know, and had these shared stories, road stories of all these legends that we all revere.
That's so cool. And
Yeah.
James is actually one of the reasons why I play in Tiger Army.
Really?
Yes.
You are, I mean, I loved Jeff and I love Jeff in the reggae band. Um,
Agrolites.
yeah, Agrilite's awesome. But after he decided to leave and then the other Jeff came back, it was like, eh. I've never met the other Jeff. He's probably a fine human being. I don't know. I don't know him from Adam. But then when I heard that you were in the band, it was like, that's going to be badass. That, you know, you're the perfect dude for that band. And when I saw you guys, it was yes, that this
Thank you.
is awesome. Yeah,
I love playing with Tiger Army. It's really
yeah,
enjoyable.
yeah. Nick's been he's always been incredibly nice to me too.
Yeah,
I
he's
have
a nice guy.
nothing. Yeah, he's a cool guy. I loved his country band. I really liked that record, and that was a James Enfield
Yes,
production as
he
well.
produced it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that he might have even played the bass on it.
he probably did
I think that he played bass on the record, but Johnny Baller played bass live,
live. Yeah,
something like that.
and my buddy Dave Gleason ended up playing guitar on tour, which was
Oh, really?
awesome.
Cool.
Yeah. If you don't know Dave, he's in San Diego playing country music. Go see him.
And James Sinfield is very, like definitely one of the most talented people um, on this
Dude's
scene
yeah.
for
You know,
sure.
you like he's that guy like Deak. He's one of those guys who's like if you are in his band and you're at a rehearsal and he's pitching a song to you, like, okay, we're gonna do this song. He can play everything better than any of you. You know, like he'll like Brent, no, what about like this? You know, and it's gonna be better than what I could do. And he'll play drums and he'll play guitar and then he'll sing with that voice, you know, and Deke can do the same thing.
I
He's
haven't,
annoying that way.
I haven't never heard James Sinfield play bass,
No,
and
he's great.
you know
But I
he
mean,
definitely
if you've heard those first couple of records, that's Jimmy playing bass. The
first
Somewhere
record.
Down the
Which
Road,
band?
pardon?
Which band?
James Enfield.
Oh, so on his records he played bass.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Well,
Yeah.
I'm sure I heard lots of recordings, but I never actually seen him play
I remember the
bass.
first
And
first time I got to see him do a whole set playing bass was um, I think it was just him on bass, Dwight Yoakam and Pete Anderson.
oh wow,
So badass, so
I
good. No
bet.
drummer, kind of quiet.
Where
Uh,
was that?
it was at the I think the Palace
Okay,
down in Hollywood. Yeah,
that's pretty
long
badass.
time ago, 20 years ago or something,
Wow,
or
it's
maybe longer than that.
it's a funny thing. Like I love James. He actually loaned me his bass like for one of the video shoots that I did with Tiger Army, Dark and Lonely Night.
Oh, well,
That's his 50s K band. We wanted to have like a vintage instruments on that one. So
oh right, right.
in US I have only blast cults, so I'm not they're more
Yeah,
modern.
Jason's episode was pretty great.
Yes,
That Zydeco slap thing that he was doing.
pretty cool, right?
Holy crap, that's bitchin'. I gotta steal that. Next
Yeah,
time I
it's
see
pretty
him, I'm
cool.
like, dude, I stole your riff. You know,
Yes,
I do that all the time now.
I mean like all these. I should like put once I
There
have
should
like
be a
more time.
best of all the playing parts, except
Something
don't
like
put
I
my
have
part in
like
there.
several ideas, that what I want to do, but I want to. I said like when I reach like 20th episode, which is this one, but like I might be after 30th episode or something, like I want to have like more raw content and then put out the little clip outs here and there, so people can actually find specific topic a little bit easier.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, the altar bill is there asking what was it like playing with Jeff Beck a couple years ago?
That was so fun.
Where
Were
was
you
that?
there? It was a NAM show. special event
Oh, the Gretsch event.
for Gretsch event,
Oh,
and it was the first time I saw and met Paul Pagat. He opened the
oh, cool.
show, and I've since worked with him quite a bit. What a beautiful human that man is. If you don't know
One of my
him,
favorite guitar players.
oh, he's amazing and great guy. But
He's actually playing on my solo record that I'm about to put out.
oh, really?
Yeah, I love Paul. Paul is
Paul's awesome.
unbelievable.
Yeah. Um, but through, I guess through Social Distortion, one of the guys who worked at our management company also is a tour manager for Jeff. And they approached Jeff, would you do your tribute, uh,
The
Gene
Cliff
Vincent,
Gallup.
Cliff Gallup thing for the relaunch of this signature guitar? And he said yes. And through my buddy Chris, he put myself and our drummer Dave Hidalgo Jr. and we were the rhythm section, and we just got to play Gene Vincent songs with Jeff Beck. It was
That's cool.
it was amazing. And what the coolest part for me, we did a rehearsal, which was awesome. Just hanging out, and Jeff showed up, and I'm like, "That's Jeff Beck!" Like, holy crap, you know. And they pulled out the guitar. He opened up this never played before guitar, and he's like, "Oh, this is going to work. This is great." And a buddy of mine, Mitch Townsend, had set up a backline for Jeff to use and brought his own like Echoplex and some different things. And it was just so beautiful to watch Jeff sit there and mess around with tone and just get excited about, like, here's the man who's, how many gigs has Jeff Beck played and under how many circumstances, and here he was just still like passionate and stoked to get this cool 50s echo sound going on in this, it was fantastic. And the
Were you
show
slapping?
oh yeah,
You were slapping?
oh yeah,
Oh, okay.
and the whole show
You know,
was
you know that
awesome.
whole story how like in Jim Vincent you're not supposed to slap
Oh, I
like
know.
when you play
I
Jim
just
Vincent stuff.
Yeah, I just did anyway. I did it anyway. But yeah, the
Uh,
whole show was bitching. But the best part was before the show. It was just me and Jeff in the dressing room, and he was telling me stories about like seeing Buddy Holly in the 50s when Buddy went to England, and he's like, "Did you know Buddy Holly? Did you know he used a capo?" Like, he was just sharing these stories, and we sat around with guitars and sang doo-wop songs. It was
awesome.
so awesome. Yeah, it's great.
It's so amazing like hearing all these like, rock and roll legends like seeing their own heroes. They're our heroes as well, but like, that reminds me like when Lemmy was talking about seeing Buddy Holly and Jim Vincent and like those cats, that how, he was a crazy
Yeah,
fan
yeah.
and changed his life. Alfredo de la Fuente asked like who was the drummer with Jeff Beck.
It was the Social Distortion drummer, Dave Hidalgo Jr.
Oh, okay. He mentioned that he saw him with Vinny Colaiuta.
Oh
That
yeah,
that was amazing. Probably much different.
very
Um,
different.
yes. And do you do like a decent amount of session work, or you're mostly live performer?
I guess mostly live
Mm-hmm.
performer. I have done some records I'm really proud of for friends and for other people. Like a couple years ago, again, the Social Distortion guys, it was basically Social Distortion without Mike, did a solo record with Greg Graffin from Bad Religion. It's a I'm really proud of that record. I think it came out really good, and Greg wrote some amazing songs. And I didn't know Greg at all really before that, and what a cool guy. He's just so talented and so sharing and giving and like inspirational to work with. It was a great experience. Both him and Brett, who produced the record as well, it was great.
And you did a record with Big Bad Voodoo Daddy, right?
Yeah, well, sort of. They are. I live in. Have always lived up in Ventura County, and at the time I lived in Ventura proper. I just live outside of Ventura now, but they're from Ventura, so I knew those guys, and we used to see them. I remember it was funny story when I was dating my ex-wife at the time. Back then, her roommate was Kurt, the drummer's girlfriend. So there were moments when we were both over at the house. I'd be, and we'd end up like after gigs and like going back, and there'd be times when we kind of like run into each other trying to use the restroom, like, oh, sorry, dude. All the good old days when we were young and crazy.
Yeah.
But those guys have been around town and have always been extra cool. And it was great because we had just started Lucky Stars and they had started Big Bad Voodoo Daddy. And it was just great. Like, oh, yeah, we're all, it's all into the same kind of thing, trying to take a period thing and modernize it and make it cool. We were much more anal about keeping things pretty traditional than they were, but it was kind of the same passion, the same vision. And it was great to know them. But their bass player doesn't slap. So when Scotty wrote a couple songs that he wanted a slap solo on or whatever, they've hired me
Scott,
to do it.
Scotty told me that it was something that he wanted you to do, the Reefer Man or something. Was it Reefer Man for that Cab Calloway record that they did?
I don't
Did you
know.
do that?
I don't know
Pretty
if I
sure you
did.
did. You were the
Maybe
one.
I
I mean,
did.
like that's what
I've
Scotty
done,
told me. But it was years
yeah,
ago.
I've done a couple things with them. I've did a Christmas song that I've heard
Oh,
actually on
Rockabilly Christmas.
Rockabilly Christmas. There's
Oh,
a
okay.
slap break in the
Yes.
song. That's me.
Oh, cool.
I did like a
I had
song
to
that
learn
was in a
that break. I
Disney.
didn't know that was you. I had to learn that break because I played that song with Drake Bell.
Oh, really?
Drake
Okay.
Bell does Christmas shows every year. Probably not this year,
All
but
right.
every year we played, Rockabilly Christmas.
That's funny.
And
Ha ha.
yeah,
You had to play my stupid lick. I don't even remember what I did. Like something that kept going. Do it again. Be crazier. And then
oh
it was
yeah.
like, and then I would try these weird, bizarre rhythms, and then like, no, dude, just do the normal thing. You know? But that was fun. And then I did like a Disney soundtrack song with him that we were trying to do a Comets kind of vibe and kind
Mhm.
of get that Comets thing. And I forget it was like some animated movie thing
Oh,
for
okay.
Disney. Yeah. Which, damn that stupid movie somehow uh, through the session, and I've grilled Scotty about it, and he swears it was not him. But somehow, the union found out that I was on the session when there's no record that I was on the session. But somehow, and they've been trying to get me to pay them what I would have to pay them for that session ever since. I'm like, what session? I wasn't on that session, but I guess I just admitted it publicly. So, yeah,
Interesting.
damn musicians union. What was weird is it eventually got to the point where it was just every month I'd get this letter saying, "Well, you now owe $80.28," and then the next month you now know $81.16. It was just this incremental ridiculousness for years.
Are you
And I
still
finally,
getting that?
yes, yeah,
You do?
and I was down at the Fender thing doing like I've been incredibly fortunate and lucky that Michael Schultz at Fender has involved me in some things um, for Fender, and I was down there, and around the corner is the Musicians Union. I'm like, I'm gonna walk in there and settle this right now. This is like, this is ridiculous. I'm gonna get this at the bottom of it. I go into this giant building. There's nobody there. It's totally quiet, and like desks have like computers are open, and there might be a coffee cup with and like, but I'm like standing at the like, looking around. I start walking around the office. Nobody's there. I'm like, hello, hello. It's obviously they're somewhere, but I never got to talk to anyone.
You
It's
should have
still
just
going
logged
on.
the system and erased your name.
Yeah, I should have went into the yeah. Yeah.
Or like write down that they owe you.
Yeah, are you at the union?
I'm not.
Yeah. I mean, I have friends that are, and they're like, Brent, just join the union and take advantage of the things that you can benefit from. But I never have.
No, I'm not very aware about those little things. I should have maybe.
Well, I guess as musicians and any other musician out there listening, you can get insurance, either health insurance or insurance on your property, on your equipment through the union fairly easily, which is, yeah, a great thing.
Cloudberry is asking you, do you remember which Disney movie it was?
No, I
Okay.
don't. Because we
Yeah.
did a Social Distortion did a song in a cartoon movie as well that
Oh,
I'm
really?
on, and it
Did
had
you have
something to
the?
do with turkeys. I think like a not necessarily a Thanksgiving movie, but the turkeys revolt about they don't want to be Thanksgiving dinners anymore. They want their freedom. Free the turkeys, kind of a movie. I forget what it was called, but we did a kind of a groovy cover of uh, Up Around the Bend, the CCR song.
Must have been. Oh, okay. Cloudberry wrote must have been fairly recent.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. It was probably I was in Social Distortion, so it's less than 20 years ago. So it's 10 years ago or something, 15 years ago.
uh, I was looking up like your different bios that I was able to find. What about Whiskey Chin?
Yeah, that's the band I was talking about. All my buddies, kind of a
Oh, is the one with the
insurgent bluegrass, I guess. Like
ah
we would do a straight bluegrass song, a Stanley Brothers song, or one of our original songs in that style, or something, and then we would do like a mariachi song because the singer, the main singer Stan, who created the Stan Slap, uh, could sing in Spanish, and we'd do Cajun music. We had a fiddler that from East Texas that had that Cajun thing. It was so beautiful to be a part of, and we would do Cajun songs. We would do. We also had an accordion player in the band, and it was great. It was great.
you don't play with them anymore?
No, it kind of it lasted 10 years, and we made several records together. But then everyone people started having bigger families, uh, changes in jobs that forced them to have to commit more time to their job and things like that.
And that was that was Ventura Band.
No, we never toured. We would just play
Sorry, was
locally.
the band from Ventura?
Yes, from Ventura. Yeah.
And I'm trying to mention all your. Uh,
The funniest session I did that might be on that list if it was off the Wikipedia was Rod McEwen. Do you know
okay.
him from the 50s and 60s? He would do like beat poetry over music. Really kooky. Like he had this really like kind of silky voice and he didn't sing. He would just read this poetry kind of rhythmically behind kind of groovy music. And we did this session. It was like for a compilation of his hits, um, greatest hits, and then there were a couple of new songs that he would add at the end. And he came in. I was hired by my dear friend Whitey Anderson, Chris Whitey Anderson, who was in the Lucky Stars originally, is how I met him. He was producing these new songs for Rod, and we go to the session, and Rod's like, "Yeah, I kind of was going through a bunch of my old charts, and I came up with these charts, and I think that'd be good for the new poems." And we're like, I'm really comfortable reading chord charts. I'm not so great on notation. You're probably better in notation. I mean, I F, but playing saxophone, learning originally treble clef, I always like start transposing and start playing in treble clef, and not so good. But he pulls out these charts and he's like, "Here's the bass part, here's the piano part, and we're gonna play this chart down, just start it." And I'm like, "Whitey, I'm lost." I mean, he's like, "Play C, A minor, C, A minor, and then we'll go to the five." Like, okay, cool. And we just start meandering around this like pastorally kind of beautiful, you know, minor a C to relative minor thing, and Rod's like, "Yeah, that's it. I knew that this chart would work." And he delivered this beautiful poem, and with such grace and such control over his speaking voice and his enunciation, and it was beautiful to be a part of, but it had nothing to do with the chart that he gave me. Pretty awesome.
I actually love like when somebody gives me a chart and it's the site treat. I at least know exactly what I want, and I know it's going to sound good, and then I can add my little spices on top
Yeah.
of it.
Have you done
And
any of the Jonathan Stout gigs?
no,
And you know who I'm talking about?
I'm just familiar with the name, but
He
cannot say
has
that
kind
I
of
know.
a different small combo, Benny Goodman early swing inspired um, combo. He calls it they call it the Jonathan Stout and featuring Hillary Alexander. Fantastic,
Mm,
wonderful vocalist. Um, the Campus Five is what they call it. Sorry, it was
okay.
escaping me. But he's that dude who I remember I had a New Year's gig with him. Doing that doing that gig is all reading chord charts, and a lot of it does have notation. But I said, "Dude, I'm not so good at notation." He's like, "Just play the chords. I like what you do. You got the right feel. You'll figure out what to do, or read the notation as much as you can. That would be great too. Whatever." But it was a New Year's gig, and he's like, "Oh, we should do kind of like a cool swing arrangement of Old Lang Syne." Like, yeah, that'd be cool. And he's like, "I got an idea." And I watched him sit there and like chart out everybody's part. Like, oh, I should have paid attention in music school. I should have. Yeah, it was just so beautiful to watch him like just sit there and like, "Oh yeah, okay, here's the tenor part. There you go." Like
Well, it's helpful.
real musicians. Yeah. And I just
And
faked my way through it. He's like, "Do you want a chart?" I'm like, "No."
it's and I'm glad you mentioned that beatnik poetry gig. I had a chance like to do that maybe a couple times, but once it was in a Yosemite Park after a festival in the middle of woods. I was jamming like with my old band Fish Tank Ensemble, and somehow they all disappeared somewhere in the forest. And there was a dude, there was a younger than me, shorter guy. He brought his little notebook with his poetry written, and you know ended up just me and him play for an hour or hour and a half, like in the middle
Really?
with a bunch of people around us.
And he's just reciting this poetry.
And he was reading that, and I was like doing my jammy lines, a
That's
little bit of
awesome.
jazz,
I
a little bit
remember
of
a crazy. I think
incorporate
I think it
in the
was Deak that sent me the link, but I saw a video of you. I think it's just you by yourself accompanying someone dancing.
Oh yeah, I used to love play. I mean, I still do, but I don't have a chance like, to do that often. I used to play often with belly dancers, and it's a wonderful experience. I love um, and I respect lots of belly dancers that do that as an art form. And I had the chance to play with Mira Betts, a bunch of times with Rachel Bryce, Charda, like really top-notch belly dancers, and
That was just so interesting. Like slap bass and a dancer.
it's one of those things that first you have that boy-girl energy, and but you have to really listen and pay attention what the other person is doing. So I can't just play whatever I want to. I'm kind of have to guide her in a way, like how she's gonna move her hips or a belly. So it's really.
Interesting.
I would love to do that more. I just don't have a chance to do that
No.
often. Whoever is interested to check it out, it's on my channel.
There you go.
Subscribe, and look it up. And but it's really cool, and that's like another great example how we can use different texture and different sounds, like when we play with the bow and pizzicato and slap, and then incorporate it all together. Then it's interesting that you're not
Yeah.
just slapping for a few minutes or uh, bowing, whatever. It's wider and it's more. I think it's more pleasant for the listener.
Yeah, more interesting. Just keeps it changing, keeps your interest. For sure.
Absolutely. Is Dynamo Jump still around?
Dynamo Jump is has morphed into a different band that we call Hot Roo now, and that is my best friend in the world, Jerry McWhorter, and I kind of writing songs together, and then we force people to play our songs. But we still play all the time, and are currently in this bizarre COVID world. The only real creative outlet I have going is we're recording a new album and just writing songs together and all that.
That's cool. Cloudberry is asking you. I've seen Social Distortion live. Did you play in Gothenburg, Sweden, friends? With Social.
Probably, probably. If you've seen Social Distortion in the last 20 years, then you've seen me.
For how long have you been in the band?
It's been 17 years. I
Wow.
joined 2004.
And that's probably the most kind of loud rock band that you played with, right?
Since my early heavy rock days, we were loud. We were kind of
Name that we should
like
not mention.
kooky Van Halen party loud rock. You know, rest his soul, Eddie is gone. It's hard to believe, but yeah,
And most of the stuff that you play, it seems to be more traditional and vintage based, right?
yeah,
Okay. I mean, you
yeah.
mentioned your son. Oh, you didn't tell me. Like, how did your son react when he
Oh,
came to the show? Like to watch the band? Did he like the
yeah. He
band?
was he was so stoked, sitting off on the side of the stage. Like it's one thing to be in the crowd and feel the energy of the crowd looking up at the band, but then it's another experience, and I don't know how many people. Unfortunately, more people don't get to do it, but standing out on stage and looking at the crowd reacting to the band, that's a whole other experience, which of course he had never had, and he was pretty stoked. It was
Is
it was probably the greatest compliment I ever received, and I think I've never felt more accomplished and um, successful in a way when after the show he said, "Wow, I can't believe you can just do that. You're really good at that." And it just the way he was just you just did it. Wow, it was such a beautiful moment. Yeah,
how old
I'll
was
treasure that. He was well, yeah, when was that? He was not 18, 16, 17 or something like that.
he? Is he still a fan?
Um, unfortunately, not to bum everybody out or share my sorrow. He's passed.
Oh,
He OD'd earlier this year, right at the beginning of the COVID. So, um,
I didn't know.
The opioid situation is real, friends. You know, help your friend, help each other. It's a yeah, it's not so good. He was 33 when he passed.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, no one should bury their children.
No one. Oh,
Not sorry, I didn't mean to bum everybody out here at the end of the show, but yeah.
Um, and
But
are you?
it was a beautiful. I mean, and it was one of those uh, moments where I felt like, oh, okay, I was his stepdad. He
Oh,
wasn't my biological child, but I raised him since he was 5, and it was one of those moments where it was like, wow, like we really are. It really felt fatherly, sonly in a strange way that I hadn't had many experiences like that. It was really beautiful. I'll never forget it. It was the greatest, and I owe it to Mike and
but
Social Distortion.
did you become a fan like of Social
He
Distortion?
did. He wasn't. He was a. My ex-wife is a musician as well, and he grew up with 2 or 3 times a week there'd be a different band rehearsing in the living room. You know, there was guitars and basses and drums everywhere, all through the house, and he was he was a fan, but he never really had. He wasn't like me in that sense that he never had a favorite band that he was into. Music was like, yeah, it's cool. Bands are cool, but he would rather surf, be in the water. That was his thing. Never really a big music guy.
And what was he coming like to see you with Social
Yeah,
Distortion?
he'd come and I can't thank enough Johnny and Mike uh, after his first uh, bout of recovery. They were very open and had conversations with him, and they were always there for me when I had a question or wanted to talk about it. They were uh, they were both really incredibly supportive, and yeah. But he'd come to shows, over the years for sure.
It's really important to have, like band members then understand family and priorities like that.
Yeah.
Um, is do you know when is a next Social Distortion gathering?
Good question. We had this summer that we just experienced was going to be awesome. We had so many great gigs. We had this cool festival in Florida lined up last well during COVID. It was March or April or something. That was like Metallica and us, and I mean the lineup is was incredible. That was I was really looking forward to that. We had all sorts of stuff, and we had a whole like 6 week European tour, headlining shows and some great festivals with fantastic bands, and all that got shelved and canceled. But the whole European part was rescheduled for 2001, and I mean 2021, and I don't know. We'll see if it happens.
Yeah. So you have the thing scheduled for the 21?
As of right now, as far as that's what they said. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
canceling all this due to the pandemic, and hopefully it'll be rescheduled for the following year, if all that happens.
You guys
Yeah.
don't plan to do any live streams or something?
We haven't. We haven't.
No, no talk about it.
Mm-mm.
It would be kind of fun.
We did some acoustic songs that they filmed, and it was for a charity that Mike is involved with, but I don't know if it ever amounted to anything. I don't know if anything ever happened with it.
Hmm.
It was fun. It was great to get together and play music together
But where do you guys rehearse in Orange County, or
in Orange County, Costa
uh,
Mesa.
is everybody based down there?
They are now. Johnny's actually down there too. He was always. We were both Northerners. He was in Los Angeles forever, but now he lives in down there as well. I'm the only person that has to travel.
Oh, it's not that far.
It's not that, but it's the worst commute in the world. Like
I know.
from Ventura to uh, Orange County, and you got to go all the way through Los Angeles to get
Yeah,
there. And there's no easy way.
you you want to leave early. You don't want to leave. You would rather spend a few extra hours hanging by yourself in a
Yeah.
coffee
Oh,
shop.
I do. I leave early and get a taco and just sit there and like, well, it's better than sitting in the freeway.
That's
The
the
worst
worst.
part is when rehearsal ends at 5 and you want to go home. I mean, if you leave at 5 from Orange County and try to get to Ventura, it's 3.5 hours.
You have to, at least 3 extra hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
um,
Well,
lots.
brother, it's been like 3 hours, two and a
See,
half hours. Yeah. This goes by fast.
it's. I have a few more questions for you, and
Okay.
then we're done. When do you have to pass to go to the gig?
I have to leave around 3:15.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we'll finish by then.
Oh. What was weird is you
That
might
are
have had this, you might think this way too, is like trying we used to do gigs every day, and like trying to pack up and get ready for a gig, like everything was at the you know in its place, and you just grabbed whatever you needed and you would leave. And I was like, well, what do I need? And everything's been taken apart, and like, oh, my good cable is in that case, and then you know it's like, I used to do this without thinking, and now I have to really, what do I need to bring to a gig?
it's crazy. It's like, I mean, this year is the worst. But
Yeah.
lots of people are interested, since really, when you're thinking about upright, especially upright slap, there's no that many gigs
Mm-mm.
uh, that are higher profile. I think that we are fortunate that we have, or we played with some of the artists that are high end, um, in on this scene at least.
Sure.
And what would be your advice for other people how to get a gig if they want to join a band, if they want to start touring, making music?
Well, I guess, decide what it is that you really want to do. Um, you know, do you want the social distortion gig? Don't try to get it. It's mine. Do you want the Tiger Army gig? That's yours. But decide what it is that you're trying to achieve. Really. Um, Again, both of my more professional, even my uh, association with Deak was pretty much, I was there. I was in the scene. I was out and about playing. He had been able to see me play and meet me. Um, be a part of what you want to. If you want to be in the most famous psychobilly band, don't be out there, you know, playing in alt country bands. Try to do that as well, but try to be a part of the scene and you know that you're trying to go for. Don't Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah.
I want to hear different, people's approaches, because is is it a way, like, I mean, the times change, so
Yeah.
I want to, like, get an advice from everyone. Is it being active on the social media, posting, being active on YouTube, posting the
Yeah, I
way
don't know. You've learned about my social media skills.
go to jam sessions, or go to studio sessions, or present in which way you definitely be out there, and the people can see you, but what is the
But
best
then,
way?
yeah, it depends on, certain bands are probably going to have priorities for certain things. I'm really fortunate that uh, for Mike, the priority isn't social media, because as you found out, I don't participate at all. My girlfriend had to show me how to post the Facebook thing yesterday. I had no idea how to do it, really. Um, and it's not a priority to him. The priority is, do I play? Am I willing? Am I? you know, do I play what he wants to hear, or am I adding to the vision music? It has nothing to do with, you know, how many people I can bring to a show. Where for another artist that might be completely different. Well, they'll having a large social media presence might be a priority for them.
Do you have? Would you have any advice to younger Brent? Like, what would be the or younger players? What would be common mistake that you would avoid if you were starting now, or something that you could tell like to younger players, like don't do this.
Yeah, kind of a combination of several things that other guests have mentioned. Um, don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't I think don't be afraid to try something and suck at it. You know, you'll never know unless you give it a shot. You know, uh, figure out proper technique, even though uh, there is a thing about being able to say like I taught myself, I have this unique thing and blah 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 blah. But coming from a place where you're not going to hurt yourself in the physicality of playing the instrument, or you're not going to have negative things based on how you're approaching playing, it's going to be better in the long run than having some weird, crazy,
Yeah, for me,
you know.
lessons were always kind of like a big part that I
Yeah,
would something that I would recommend to everyone to do. At least like to try it out and then see, you know,
right.
if you
And
like it or
don't I mean don't be afraid of knowledge. Like
yes.
I'm poo pooing the nomenclature thing, and I understand, you know, just I just never gone down that road. But I also find, you know, it's really important to know what an A minor chord is. You know where D is on the G string. You know, like know your instrument. Know be prepared to take part in what it is playing music. Certainly we all know players that are hugely successful and they don't know what chord they're playing. You know, we do. It's they're out there and it happens. You know, um, but it doesn't make them better. You know, there's they would be just that much better if they're like, oh yeah, this is a song in A minor. This is, you know,
I
knowledge is not bad.
uh, how do you like? Do you have a favorite way to record your upright bass?
Oh, uh, I've tried all sorts of different ways. I've had different varying degrees of success in different mic setups and things of that nature, uh, depending on what the overall sound of the thing I'm going for is. If it's a very traditional thing, I prefer just a mic in front of the bass. If we're doing something big like a Mike Ness record, you know, I had there was a mic in front of the bass, there was the direct from the pickup, and then there was a mic'd amp sound. You know, a blend of different sources to kind of get a different tone.
Oh,
Things
three sources basically.
for that record that I made with Mike. Yeah,
Do you ever use a microphone for the slap?
no, I've always like there was like back when I guess that the definitive or that there was a what's the word I'm looking for, a specific a drawn line between the retro scene and a more modern scene, and it seemed like majority of the people in the retro scene is like we weren't trying to amplify the slap. Does that make sense?
It does.
Where
It does.
I want the slap, and I want the initial attack of the slap to be round and full, and I want the after slap not to take my face off. I want it to have a pleasant kind of wood block round sound. I don't want it to be clackety clackety clackety. You know,
Just so you know,
it's a different thing.
Marshall Island and Alrex use two mics.
Oh, I bet you they did. One for the top and one, yeah. I've tried everything, and the my favorite. I've been lucky. I've luckily stumbled upon certain things at certain times that really worked. When you're recording an acoustic instrument, so much of it I'm sure you've experienced is what room you're in. You know, is it hot in there? There's so many variables when you're recording an acoustic instrument and how the bass is actually sounding in that room. Um, but different microphones, different condenser mics, different preamps. I've tried so many different things.
You have a favorite mic or the main?
I yeah the mouse, I think it's called, by Blue Microphones, and the appropriate uh, preamp that goes with it. We used it on the second Whiskey Chimp record, and it just has. I mean, again, it could have been the magic of the placement of where I was standing in the room to the mic. It just something about that combination at that moment was my favorite.
Um, do you have you ever? Yeah, I remember. I mean, you said the story about your first bass. Is it the only bass that you have? The upright?
No, I have I my down. I think I only have one now, one extra one, which I always figured like you gotta have if after that experience where the forklift went right through the case of the bass, and I made sure I had another one. But it's a 50s K. That was a
The other one is 50s K.
Yeah, that was kind of a school instrument. It's covered with bow scratches and bow marks on it, and it was obviously some public school bass. It sounds great, and I've strung it. I don't know if I've talked about it with you before, but I've strung it. From what I hear, what I've heard from different bass players was the Wills way, which was A to C. Because you hear those Wills record and you hear all this stuff that I always assumed was thumb position. Do 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 do. And like, wow, those guys have gnarly thumb position. And I'm trying to remember who told me, but they're like, no, it's a C string, dude. They're playing right here. And like, do you use a E gut? Like a boogie in G. Or a big E at the end of a rock and roll song in E. But how often do you really play on the E string? And I've tuned it. It's fun. Depending on certain gigs, I bring it out, and it kind of takes a while for my brain to wrap around. Like I go, bang, oh, that's a C, that's not a G. Make a bunch of mistakes, but it's a great tone.
I came to one jazz jam in San Francisco years ago, and they asked me to play the bass. I was like, sure. And then the guy told me, hey, just so you know, my E string is, since I never use E, I tuned it to F. And I'm like, oh my God, okay.
To F.
And I'm like, okay, so this is, so now I have to transpose it for
Why
like
would he?
step,
Whoa.
which is fine. But like if it was like a rock and roll gig, but I'm playing, giant steps and stuff like, with complicated, I mean, more
Yeah.
complex chord charts.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm every time when I play an E string, I have to transpose it
Half
to
step.
step down. So anyway, it was
Yeah. That no, that's kooky. That's
really
kooky.
interesting. But he's like, I just realized that my bass sounds um, more like it sounds better if it's like half step up. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Well,
Actually,
actually, I mean, I've been kind of into that too. There was the one thing about playing with the Mike Ness band when I played a lot of upright is uh, all those songs are in A flat, E flat, D flat, and it's a lot of repetitive, just it's not like you're floating around and whatever. But playing in those flat keys after a while was like, this sucks. I should just tune the bass up to F, and like at least be more in like, oh, because tuning a gut string down to E flat is probably not so good. And I tried it on a couple of the later, like some of the last gigs I did with the band. It was great. I felt so dumb that I didn't do it earlier.
so is it? what is the reason for that? Is he tuned uh,
They
normally?
have Mike has the weirdest thing. He always, since the early days of SD, they always were like a lot of rock and roll bands in E flat, tuned to half step down. But then they did a Neil Young tour, and Neil gave, or I don't know if he gave him his first one, but somehow influenced Mike into using a capo and how it could influence how songs come about and how singing in different keys would put the vocal in a different place in his voice and things of that nature. So Mike wrote a bunch of songs with half step down, capoed up 2 frets. So essentially, it's a big open F chord. So
So that's the tuning that he's using for all the songs, or just some songs?
it was for a long time. Now we've gone it's gone full circle in different ways, like where he's like, no, that's our sound, you know, to uh, trying new guitars without rubber capos on it. They just sing better, they play better. Tuning is less of an issue. So a lot of songs now are kind of standard tuning with no capos. I just kept telling him, like, rip out the nut and move it up. Put the nut on the 2nd fret. You know, they'd look at me like I was crazy. You're never going to change it. Just play it that way. Why not? At least you would like be ringing the strings, you know, true and open. You wouldn't have this rubber thing on, on your guitar. They didn't listen to me.
So basically, you played all the songs, all the repertoire in 3 different keys, all the songs.
Yeah, yeah. What was funny, I remember one of my, I have several kind of like, you know, embarrassing moments, but one that comes to mind in that situation is I used to tune the bass, the electric bass, in different keys because they're in, you know, E flat capoed up. So certain songs needed that open E to ring, which would be an F, right? So certain songs needed that E flat or whatever, the low note, when they'd play in D, which is E flat, right? Like Ball and Chain or something. And I wanted that low note, that low E flat. And so certain songs I would detune to E flat and then tune back up in between when Mike is talking to then play the next few songs in standard tuning or whatever. But like we were playing in Australia, and Joey, what's his last name? The drummer that was in Queens of the Stone Age for so long, total badass. Dude is such a monster. I loved what we did a whole tour down there, a festival tour, and they were on the whole thing. And watching them every day was so awesome. He's so powerful and so bitchin'. But he was standing like right next to me, and Mike just goes, let's do Don't Drag Me Down, which starts with the bass fifth. I don't know if you're familiar with the song, but it's drums and then it's just bass and drums by themselves. And the song is in concert C sharp. But I had tuned and like just kind of started playing. I played the whole intro a half step off, and then the band comes in and they're like, what the oh shit, and then like I turn over and Joey just looks at me and is like, what are you doing? Like, it's Joey Castillo. It just showed up on the screen.
Yep.
And he's like, what are you, idiot?
Were you playing with Social D when Bruce Springsteen joined you?
Yeah,
Joined the band?
I've been able to play with Bruce twice. The dude's
How was
amazing,
that?
awesome. He's so cool. So like, you know, I've you know met some through Mike and through Deak, met some people that I've always looked up to, but not many people are as renowned and worldwide famous as someone like Bruce. And he just we the first time he showed up, it was a Mike Ness gig at the Stone Pony in Asbury Park, and they were like, Mike,
Sure.
Bruce is going to show up tonight. We're like, oh yeah, right. Like, whatever. Yeah, no. But he did. He knocked on the bus. Hey, is anyone in there? And we're like, can someone help me like run through a couple songs, show me some chords? Like, what? Like, just came in, like, yeah, like, can we play? Can you guys? Do you mind if you don't? If can we play Bad Luck when I go up there? I like soloing over those changes. I'm like, yeah, sure. And like just kind of run down the songs. He was as cool as you can imagine. Hung out with us afterwards. We're changing clothes and getting out of our wet clothes, and he was just as mellow and cool, and he was really kind. Not that we're buddies, and he's not gonna call me on Christmas or something, but it was he was a really nice man. Very cool.
That and I love that place. That place has lots of history,
Yeah,
and there's always that talk, like, oh, Bruce Springsteen might show up.
yeah. You never know. He's done it twice for us out there.
So that's awesome.
Yeah. It was
That's
great. It was. I remember the shock. It was a big festival when he came to the Social Distortion show, and I think it was on Encore. We did our set, and it went great. It was cool, and right before the Encore, they just bring out this other mic, you know, set it up there, and there's like this weird, what's going on? What's
but did
happening?
you know?
We knew
Ah, you
because
did.
we had been hanging out with him in the dressing room. There's some kooky photos of us and like the keyboard player Carrie and I just sitting there like, that's Bruce Springsteen, you know, crazy. But yeah, when Mike goes, yeah, we found this guy. He's gonna come out and sing a couple songs, and it was just this collective. Like he's so known in Jersey for sometimes showing up that there was just this collective gasp, like, could it? It is, and Bruce walks out, and it was just like this release, and everyone was just so stoked. Yeah,
Uh,
he just the excitement level just comes, you know,
what
so
was he
high.
playing? Which songs was he playing?
Well, we did the song that he sang with Mike on the solo record.
Uh-huh.
It's called uh, what is it called? I don't know. I've played it 100 times now. The name escapes me. But he did that song. We played Bad Luck, and I think we played something else. I don't
So you
remember.
were not playing Bruce Springsteen songs.
No, no.
Okay, that would be dope too.
That would be cool. That would be cool.
Any other performers that you played with like that? That
Well,
came out of.
with Social D, we've done a couple things with Eddie Vedder has sang
Mhm.
with us a few times. Dude, that dude sings so loud. Like he would come up behind me or next to me, and just not be in the monitor, just his uh, natural voice. It's just so big, so loud. Yeah. Very nice guy. Again, we're not super buds. Not going to hang out on Turkey Day or anything, but very nice guy. Billy Gibbons sat in with us. That was really cool. Let me play his crazy light hollow guitar with like sevens on it or something. I was like, how do you keep this in tune? This is impossible to play. But of course, he was genius and sounded awesome. Who else has come out? Joan Jett, playing with Joan a couple times. Pretty, I was a big fan.
Have you
So
played
and
rock and roll?
yeah, no,
No,
she played
these songs.
our songs. She played
Ah,
yeah.
is that because of that tuning?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, but yeah, she was cool. Very nice lady.
I bet. Um, you said that your second bass, the one your spare bass, if we can call it that way,
Yeah.
is the 50s that first bass have you ever found out what kind of bass is that?
No, it's different luthiers have said different things. There was a guy who seemed in the know as far as machined parts, And he said, well, a lot of these parts, the tuning pegs and certain parts of the bass, are king oritone parts. But
Ah,
the inside of the bass actually has a Vox sticker.
okay.
So must have been 60 early 60s or something when after Vox made all that money, I believe they bought different companies and had tried to branch out and have different uh, subsections of their company, and I think they went into orchestral instruments for school bands. So I mean,
Interesting.
it's a plywood bass. It's not an incredibly fancy bass at all. Pardon?
That's your favorite out of those two?
Yeah, I don't. It's just got a neck that's. I like thicker necks, but it's not like crazy K. You know, some of those Ks are really thick. You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah.
not that. It's somewhere in the middle, and it's thinner at the nut than my K. So it's kind of
Okay.
easier to play in B flat and F. You know, you don't get as not quite as gnarly down there.
John Stencel is asking you, what strings were you using for the on the bass with ADGC tuning?
Oh, I don't know if you know them, but 10 years ago, 15 years ago, or something, I somebody tipped me to that Global Gut company out of India. Did you ever use buy them?
I never had gut strings on my basses.
Oh, yeah. Who am I asking? Duh. Uh, but it was a company. They make vintage tennis racket
Okay.
strings that were gut, I guess, and bass strings. And when I first started ordering from them, they were really cheap, and you would get them in these really bitchin' like cloth bags. You know, it was really fancy and kind of, now you just, it's plastic bags and whatever. But I would always order like, uh, 5 E strings, 6 A, like 10 G strings at a time, and just have them around and give them away, or whatever, use them through the years. And one time I was on the site after it had kind of got fancier, and there was a C string. Like, I'll try it, and just kind of moved all the strings down one and used it. So it was whoever that was who asked. It was through Global Gut, but I'm sure different gut string manufacturers now probably offer a C string.
But were they? Are you still playing those strings
Yeah,
on both of your basses?
yeah.
Ah, okay. So that's a string of choice.
It well, as it was a string of necessity at a certain point, because the certain other strings, there was a place called World of Strings that I used to buy my strings, and they would get those Gerts.
Hmm.
You don't know gut strings, I'm sorry, but there was this gut string company, Gerts,
Okay.
and they would come
I've
from
heard about those.
Germany, but they were always like, you know 250 a set,
Hmm.
300 a set. And with Deak, when we would go through the South in the summer, the humidity and all that, it was like, okay, there's a set of strings. you know it was kind of like the cost of doing business. You're going to travel in the humid climate. As soon as you go and they dry out, there's, the potential for breakage is that much higher. They didn't last as long, so I couldn't afford the $300 set. So when I found this guy, that was, I could get an E string for like $40. I was like, yes.
That's I don't think I ever tried those. I tried to to try all the strings that are on the market and see how they sound.
Yeah, I mean,
I
they
tried.
were these global gut seemed actually to have a little, the way Jason was explaining it when he was talking about his company, that these actually were the A and the E had more tension. They were more taut than
Mm.
some of the other gut brands that I had used, which were great. You know, I had a little bit more control and sustain on the E, and the A was a bigger sound and had more. It was easier to intonate, for sure. Playing easier to play in tune.
As far as amps go,
Hmm.
what are your favorites? What do you?
I've always with the upright. That that my original tube amp that Wally hipped me to that he eventually stopped using because it was just too damn heavy
Uh,
as the Bassman 135 head. That not only Wally, but I think Russell used them as well. Uh, that was my amp of choice forever
are you
until
still using that one?
I still have. I buy them whenever I can find them. I just buy them just to
Oh,
have.
really?
I have
How
a
many?
few of them. I have three of them now, I
Oh,
think.
okay. Is that
But
what you with Deak, or that's what you
yeah,
use for electric bass playing as well?
um, I mean, there was a period of like 10 years or so that I never played electric bass. I
Oh,
only played upright bass, and it was always that amp with a 15. And I know you guys were talking with different guests that they always used 410s. I think Jimmy was always talking about the 410s, but it seemed like when I would stand, on most of the gigs that we were doing, you're standing like on your amp. You're like right at your amp. You can move your foot back and touch the amp. You know what I mean? It seems like the 410s had so much low end and then they didn't have as much air and top end that I wanted to hear. And if I turned up the treble to get that out of a 410, I didn't like the tone.
mm.
So I always thought it was my whatever. For my ear, the 15 kind of gave, I had the low end. Yes, it was a little floppy if I was pedaling, cranking on an E string or something. But I playing up the neck, I had more air and more high end that was natural sounding with a 15.
And for the electric bass.
For the electric bass, I've had a whole bunch of different stuff over the years, just different things, and joining Social Distortion, I was able. They're like, "What do you want?" Like, well, SVT, of course. And so for the first up until just a few years ago, I've had SVTs with Social D with electric bass, and it's that sound that we all know how to manipulate that tone. All
Mm.
oh, I want the Bad Company sound, or I want to sound like Geezer Butler, it's all those are the records that I grew up with, and I love the bass sounds on it. They all came out of that amp,
And oh, I forgot to ask you about the pickups
hmm
for upright bass.
When I first started playing that first bass, you and I, uh, that guy said, "Okay, you're in the band." Well, I guess I gotta plug in, and I need a pickup, I
I think it's
guess.
quite a few times that happened for you, like to be on the right spot at the right
Oh
place.
yeah,
At a,
yeah, luck, crazy, but I went to Stein on Vine. Do you go there?
I don't.
It's right on Vine and
Okay.
Hollywood, and what was his name? Stan sounds familiar or something, but it was a primarily upright bass jazz. I don't know if it's still there. It might not be there. I haven't been there in forever. But there were two pickups. They were the same price. Fishman, Underwood. And initially I went, I don't know, Fishman. And it had steel strings. I hadn't discovered gut strings yet, but steel strings and the old Fishman that clipped on with those little clips.
Yes.
Um, it didn't work for me. I struggled with the tone
Like that
for
pick.
6, 8 months. It was terrible. I hated it. And I'm like, well, I'll try the other one. And went back and bought a Underwood, and it was on my bass and went all over the country for 10 years before it died. And then I bought another Underwood, and it's still on there.
Oh, so that's the. Are you using both sides on or just one?
I've experimented different ways, but for the last uh, last while, I have different than most people. I have the E side in,
Okay.
and I draped the G side down a little bit. I created like this little gasket that kind of holds it up. So it's just underneath the bridge, not like hanging all the way down. Does that make
Got
sense? But
Yes.
the E side is in, and so many other guys have the G side in and the E side hanging. I don't know, something about it works better for me the way
Yeah.
I my tone.
Its own thing. Oh, Carolyn D says Stain on the Vine is still there.
Oh, fantastic. That's good
So
to know.
see, there's always somebody that knows.
There's always. And right
Uh,
next to it was a drum shop, Hollywood drum shop, maybe. Pretty famous uh, vintage drum store that's been there since the heyday of Los Angeles
oh yeah,
rhythm and blues and jazz.
area is definitely legendary.
Hmm.
Mark said Matt Freeman has upright skills too.
Dude, I hate that guy. He's so good. Yeah, he's really a good upright player, and his electric thing is his own. He sat with me one time and showed me how he has this 3 finger electric bass thing that he does, and so clean and so fast and
Does he
so
slap on
good.
upright?
I've actually never sat with him with uprights. We've
Oh,
never had that moment, but I've heard it on record. It's good.
huh. I never heard him play. I think that
Yeah.
we came to the end. Do you mind like
Yes.
playing something real quick?
What would I play?
Something real quick for the grand finale.
Well, hello. Thank you, everybody who's still with us, that's hung in there and listened to us jibber jabber and listen to my silly stories. I really appreciate it. And thanks to Djordje again for having me, and all the other bass players that have done this and their episodes I've been able to watch and learn so much from. Thank you all. And yeah, um, we'll see you later from the Slapstream.
Thank you, Brent. Thanks
Thank
a
you. Thanks
lot.
for having me.
I wish you, all the best, obviously, and can't wait to see you play.
Yeah,
So,
well, see you on down the road.
yes, and have a good gig.
Thanks, man. See you.
Thank you. All right. I believe this might be the longest slap stream yet. We just passed 4 hours. 4 hours, 4 minutes, and 44 seconds. So I think this is the longest one. Um, Thank you, Carolyn. She said, "Thank you. What a gift, Georgia, Lisa. Thank you for a great stream. Alfredo, hot minute. Lisa, our pleasure. Matt Twins, thank you for the amazing stories and music. Huge respect to you, Brent, for the professional attitude and your warm heart. Thank you for the stream, guys. It was one of the most interesting. Thank you. This really warms my heart and makes me continue to do this. Uh, Mark Mark's Gold wrote, Georgia, thank you so much for this incredible variety on Slapstream. It's really fantastic. Thank you guys. Thanks a lot for all of you. Metwins wrote score number one after Necroman. I think that Vix is longer than Kim's, and I believe that Brent's is the longest one now. Maybe I'm wrong. No. It was Brent, and then like I don't know. Like you guys can figure that out. Just go to my channel, go to subscribe. The subscribe button should be somewhere around here. If you haven't subscribed, do that now. And and um, and please, if you have suggestions who I should interview, write down in the comments below the video. If you feel like supporting the channel, supporting me and the Slap stream, make sure to check out these donation links under the video and Patreon. huge shout out again to new Patreons. Big shout outs for Slaptastic Graphics, for Fernando Slap, who is a Fernando from Spain now. He was Fernando from Argentina until a few episodes ago, but he moved down to Spain. And don't forget, never fret, slide it in smooth, and keep it in the groove. This is Djordje, your friendly neighborhood bullfiddle cat, and I'll see you next Saturday.